Do you remember when building a website felt like constructing the Great Wall of China? Weeks of hard work, endless setup, and a maze of steps just to get a simple page online. Times have changed. Thanks to updates in the tech we use, you can now host a full-blown miracle within hours. To avoid spending time on configuration, linting, compilation, bundling, and deployment, developers deserved a framework that would streamline things. Meet Next.js, a framework that just works, gets out of your way, and lets you do your thing. In 2013, Facebook introduced React, a groundbreaking technology that revolutionized web development and created countless job opportunities. Fast forward to today, and believe it or not, the official React documentation now suggests never to use plain React again. Instead, it recommends building apps using a production-grade full-stack React framework, Next.js. First, I'll lead you through a crash course to explain and visualize essential Next.js concepts like architecture, rendering, routing, and its full-stack features. Then, together, we'll explore those concepts directly within the code. And finally, I'll put your skills to the test by teaching you how to build an enterprise-ready application, YC directory. Now, this crash course will give you a great foundation. But if you're serious about mastering Next.js and taking your skills to a professional level, I've got something special for you. The ultimate Next.js course, where we go beyond the basics and tackle Next.js's most advanced enterprise-grade features, is now on sale. You'll learn everything from optimizing performance and SEO to serverless architecture and handling real-world production challenges to become a full-stack, production-ready developer. Check the description for more details on how to enroll. If you're wondering if all companies are shifting to Next.js and whether it's even worth learning, the answer is a resounding yes. At this point, what major company isn't using Next.js? Big names like Netflix, TikTok, Twitch, Hulu, Notion, Nike, and even OpenAI are building their websites with it. The Next.js hype is real, and if you don't dive in now, you could miss out on some life-changing opportunities. So, now is the perfect time to impress potential employers and show them you mean business. And how are you going to do that? By actually building your own full-stack Next.js app that's packed with enterprise features like performance and speed optimizations to achieve lightning-fast first contentful paint, SEO optimization and server-side rendering strategies for high search engine rankings, Sentry's performance tracking, allowing you to monitor your app in real time, identify bottlenecks, and resolve user issues quickly, improved developer experience to ship apps faster, a serverless architecture that'll allow you to scale your apps, easy management of all your app's content using Sanity. I'll also teach you how and when to implement CDN caching for improved performance, and much more, to always have employers knocking at your door. But now, have you heard of Y Combinator? That famous startup accelerator that gave birth to so many popular apps we use every day, like Stripe, Airbnb, Twitch, Coinbase, and even Reddit. Today, you'll build your version, allowing users to create and share their startup with the world. Once they submit it, it appears instantly without needing to reload the page. They can also search by title, username, or category to get instant results. Once you find the startup you like, you can navigate to its details and see how many other people have found it interesting before you. You'll integrate GitHub authentication via NextAuth, so users can log in, create, and submit startups with Markdown support with a dedicated profile page where you can find all other startups from that user. You'll implement all of that using the latest Next.js features like PPR, Next After, new forms, server component HMR cache, and server actions. You'll also learn how to use the Sanity Content Operating System, an API-based platform for structured content that pairs perfectly with Next.js and other popular front-end frameworks that companies like Shopify, Puma, Figma, and Tata Group use to manage their content. It lets you skip the boring parts, allowing you to focus on what truly matters, bringing your project to life. Sanity is doubling down on its role within the Next.js ecosystem. It has a very generous free tier and no credit card is required. Even better, you'll get a free upgrade just because you're watching this video. Click the link in the description, click Get Started, go through a quick onboarding, and you'll get your free upgrade. So, what are you waiting for? Let's dive right into the wait. I have some breaking and exclusive news. WebStorm just became free. Yep, you've heard that right. That professional web-focused IDE with tons of features that used to cost like $100 per year is now completely free for non-commercial use. And I'm not talking about a free trial or freemium, but completely free. I've been using WebStorm for a long time and love its speed search, Git integration, inline type suggestions, and more. So if you're a student, hobbyist, still learning or contributing to open source, you can now try out all of those fancy features that used to be paid and prevented you from using this powerful IDE. Click the link in the description and try out WebStorm today. Let me start with a very important first question. What does Next.js have that React doesn't? In simple terms, Next.js simplifies the development process and optimizes your applications. It does that through its primary functionalities, some of which you have to actively decide to use, and others that you get out of the box just by switching to Next.js. Along with the course, I've also prepared the ultimate Next.js ebook. Think of it as a handbook that covers everything you need to know to become a professional Next.js developer, from the Next.js roadmap, concepts, and features to advanced tips and tricks for building scalable projects you can build and deploy to put on your portfolio. It's a premium and paid ebook with over 200 pages, but I've made it entirely free for the first 1,000 developers that download it clicking the link in the description. So don't miss out. The first of Next.js's benefits is its architecture. Originally, React had two types of components, functional and class-based components. But now, components are also categorized by where they run. If a component runs in the user's browser, it's called a client component. And if it runs on the server, it's called a server component. This division was released in React 19, and although frameworks like Remix and Astro also support it, Next.js was the first to adopt it and fully utilize it. Since server components are more performant, Next.js automatically converts every new component you create into a server component, unless you specifically instruct it not to, only if you need some browser functionalities, but more on that later. The second Next.js benefit is in the way it handles rendering. While React 19 supports server components, Next.js extends them to more advanced rendering strategies, allowing you to choose exactly where and when they'll be rendered, optimizing the performance even further. First is client-side rendering, which happens on your browser. The server sends a basic HTML document and JavaScript code, which the browser executes to render the components and display the website. And the second is server-side rendering, which involves rendering the web page on the server before transmitting it to your browser. When you visit a page, the server processes and renders the components on the server and sends back fully rendered HTML and JavaScript code to the client, instantly displaying the website. But why does this matter? Well, on top of the fact that your website will load in 300 milliseconds and have page speed insights that look like this, server-side rendering will significantly improve your website's search engine optimization. Client-side rendering makes it almost impossible for search engines to crawl and index your websites, as they're completely empty. Next.js solves this issue by sending pre-rendered code, giving Google plenty of stuff to rank us on. The next big Next.js benefit is, of course, routing. In React, you need to install an additional React router package to create routes. On the other hand, Next.js doesn't require installing a separate routing package and uses a much more intuitive approach to routing called file-based routing. Each folder's name becomes a route's path. For example, a folder named About will create a new /about route. Super simple, right? And connecting directly to the routing system, the next best thing about Next.js is its evolution from a simple front-end library to a full stack framework. Using the same file-based routing system I just described, you can also create serverless functions to handle native backend API requests. This means you can create an API endpoint by simply creating a file called route.js in a specific folder without needing to worry about the server infrastructure. Next.js takes care of scaling automatically, and there are many other scaling features that Next.js provides out of the box, like automatic code splitting. While code splitting in React is possible, it requires manual configuration, especially as the application grows. Next.js automates code splitting by default. Well, what does that mean? It means that when a user navigates to a different page, only the code for that page is loaded, which significantly speeds up page load times. Pretty handy, right? But that was just one out of many built-in performance optimizations that Next.js provides. Font optimization reduces layout shift, improves loading time by preloading font files, and reduces reliance on external services like Google Fonts. Image optimization automatically compresses images and applies lazy loading, CDN support, and more. Script optimization optimizes even third-party scripts. And all of these great optimizations come right out of the box with Next.js. And it's not just performance. Next.js is the definition of cutting edge. It supports the latest features such as React compiler, MDX file integration, managing most SEO-related tags, analytics that run without blocking UI, fast refresh, server components, hot module replacement, and more. Oh, I know that was a lot, right? If you want me to slow down a lot and provide you with a deeper understanding of all of these concepts like architecture and rendering, I'd highly recommend checking out the Ultimate Next.js course. It covers all important concepts spread out throughout many modules and individual lessons. And more importantly, it also includes active lessons which require you to actively apply what you've learned. Up to this point, the Ultimate Next.js course has secured its place as the best Next.js course in the world, and from today, it just got updated to the latest Next.js version. So check it out in the description. With that said, if you're not ready to get that course yet, that's totally okay. Stay with me and I'll teach you everything I know about Next.js in this crash course. To get started, create a new empty folder on your desktop and open up your terminal. Once you're there, run npx create-next-app add latest and press enter. After that, press Y to install the installer and you'll be prompted to answer a couple of questions. For the project name, just type / because we're already in the folder within which we want to create our Next.js app. In this case, say yes for TypeScript, yes for ESLint, yes for Tailwind CSS. In this case, we don't need a source directory. We definitely will be using the app router with its latest functionalities, as well as the turbo pack, which runs your application more smoothly. We don't need to customize the import alias. The default one is fine. And that's it. Your application will soon get initialized with all of the dependencies needed to run it. There we go. That was a success. Now that your project is set up and ready to go, you'll notice many files and folders. So let me walk you through them from bottom to top. The first one on our list is tsconfig.json. This is the configuration file for TypeScript. It defines what should be type checked, ignored, and the rules to follow. Next, we have a tailwind.config.ts. This is where you can add additional Tailwind setup. You can extend Tailwind by customizing colors, sizes, shadows, plugins, or anything else you might need. You know about README, right? It's a simple markdown file that explains how to run the project. Next, we have a post-CSS config.mjs. It's a configuration file for post-CSS, a tool used to process CSS with different plugins. In this case, it uses Tailwind CSS as a plugin, which allows you to use utility-first classes in your project. Package log.json is a file that logs the version of dependencies and their subdependencies, ensuring that everyone working on the project uses the exact same versions. Package.json is a bit simpler and it contains all the current dependencies and scripts. There's a dev script which starts Next.js in development mode with hot module reloading, error reporting, and more. Build creates an optimized production build of your app. Starts simply starts Next.js in production mode. And there's also lint, which runs ESLint for all files in the source app directory and more. Finally, you can also see 3 very important dependencies: React, React DOM, and the current version of Next. By the time you're watching this video, you should just be able to see 15 right here. After package.json, we have a nextenv.d.ts, which is a TypeScript declaration file for Next.js. And as it says right here, this file should not be edited. It's specifically for Next.js. On the other hand, next.config.ts should be edited, and it allows you to configure Next.js features, such as experimental options, image settings, build settings, and more. And you all know the good old git ignore. It's very important not to miss adding something there. Thankfully, Next.js adds the .env for us. That's good. No more leaked environment variables. After that, we have a .eslintrc.json, allowing you to configure your linting options. Then we dive into folders. First, we have a public folder, which contains static assets. Always put your images and other static data here. And then, of course, there's the node modules, the heaviest object in the universe. Jokes aside, it is a folder containing all the dependencies or packages needed to run your application. And finally, there's the app folder, the most important folder in every Next.js application. In the app folder, of course, we have our primary homepage, page.tsx. But before we check out the rest of these pages in detail, let's first run our application to see it in the browser. I'll open up the terminal and press npm run dev. This will run it on localhost 3000. So open it up. There we go. Next.js. Get started by editing app.page.tsx. Save and see your changes instantly. Well, this is the new version of the boilerplate page. I like it. You'll also notice something at the bottom left. I'll tell you what that is later on. But for now, the page you've just seen is right here within page.tsx. This file represents the homepage or the /route of your site. By default, it contains some boilerplate code. So let's remove it and return a single H1 that says welcome to Next.js. We can also give it a class name of text-3xl. If I save it and go back to the browser, you'll see the changes instantly thanks to HMR, Hot Module Replacement. Among the other folders that we have here, the first one are fonts, and this is where you can store your font files. It's actually preferable to using something like Google Fonts. Think of it as self-hosting your own fonts. There's a favicon.ico. It's a file that appears on your browser's tab. Then there's the globals.css file, where you can write all of your custom CSS or simply import Tailwind CSS. After that, we have a layout.tsx. This is the main entry point for your application. Anything you do here will be applied across all pages and routes. That's why here we're importing the fonts, the styles, and the metadata. For example, let's change the metadata from create next app to something like hello, Next.js. I've even added a waving emoji. And even without reloading, you can see the changes in your browser. And I know many of you will wonder what kind of browser is this. I'm using Arc. You can check it out. I like it quite a lot. And finally, we're getting back to the page.tsx where we initially made those changes. That's it. That's the most important folder of your app. And all of the changes that you make to your app will go inside of this app folder. Okay. Now that you're familiar with the entire Next.js application structure, let's get our hands dirty. At the start of the crash course, I was telling you a bit about architecture, where you can write two different types of components, client and server components. If you remember, I said that every component you create, Next.js will by default turn into a server component. But is that really the case? Here on the homepage, we have a component saying welcome to Next.js. Let's add a console log before the return statement. Console log, what am I? I was about to start what am I, server or client component, but it looks like our AI autocomplete is having a bit of an existential crisis. It's saying, what am I doing here? But yeah, I'll just add server or client. Let's see, which type of component is this? By default, we have absolutely nothing here. Just export default function home, where we have a console log and an h1 statement. Where do you think this console log will appear? Do you think we'll be able to see this console log in the browser? Well, up to this point, I would tell you, no, it's not gonna appear in your browser because this is a server-side component, but would you look at this? Next.js team knew that some of us might be searching for this console log in the browser, so even though technically it shouldn't be showing here, they're still showing it to us, but they have added this server tag at the top left, so we know it's actually rendering from the server. Pretty cool, Next.js. But if you actually knew what you were doing, you would immediately go to the terminal to find your console log. And here it is. So now we know that this is actually rendering on the server. Server components are rendered on the server. So this brings me to the topic of React server components. They're the components that are rendered on the server, and their HTML output is then sent to the client. Since they're rendered on the server, they can access server-side resources directly, like databases or the file system. This helps reduce the amount of JavaScript sent to the client, improving performance. Server components are excellent when you need direct access to server-side resources, like accessing files in a file system, or you want to keep sensitive information, sensitive, such as access tokens and other keys, safe on the server. Alright, but if server components really are better, why can't everything be a server component? Well, if your component requires browser interactivity, such as clicking buttons, navigating to different pages, and submitting forms, then you need to turn it into a client component. So what are React client components? Client components are, of course, rendered on the client side. And in this case, client side simply means the browser. To use them in Next.js, you must add a useClient directive at the top of the component. In our case, let's do that by creating a new folder within the app folder and call it components. And within it, create a new file called hello.tsx. Right at the top, you can add that use client directive that I was telling you about. And then you can simply create a new functional component called hello that simply returns a div with an h1 that says hello. And I've also added a console log saying I am a client component. See, this one doesn't have an existential crisis. It knows what it is. Now that you've created it, let's go back to the page.tsx. Let's wrap this h1 within a React fragment, allowing us to add another adjacent element. In this case, we'll simply import the hello component coming from add/app/components/hello. Now, let's check the terminal. Okay, we don't see that console log there, but that makes sense, right? Because hello knows it's a client component. But if we go into the browser, there we go. I am a client component coming from hello.tsx. But wait, I think I initially missed it, but now I see it. I am a client component is so confident that it appears right here too. But why or how is that happening? Well, this is because server components are rendered only on the server side, while client components are pre-rendered on the server side to create a static shell and then hydrate it on the client side. This means that everything within the client component that doesn't require interactivity or isn't dependent on the browser is still rendered on the server. The code or parts that rely on the browser or require interactivity are left as placeholders during server-side pre-rendering. When they reach the client, the browser then renders the client components and fills in the placeholders left by the server. I hope that makes sense. And that answers the question of what is server-side pre-rendering. A pretty cool feature by Next.js. I hope that's clear now. But if you're still unsure, take a second to pause it and re-watch it until it clicks. You can also add some additional console logs or components and then render them within the page.tsx. Don't proceed further if that doesn't make sense. And for a deeper dive with clearer explanations and more visuals, I would recommend checking out the Ultimate Next.js course, where I break down the entire client-server architecture in detail. So finally, when should you allow Next.js to turn your components into server-side components, and when should you manually change them to client-side? Well, a good rule of thumb is to leave it as server-side component until you need some browser interactivity, at which point you'll most likely get an error, and then you can add the use client directive at the top. But if you want to understand on a deeper level when should you use each one, always refer to this table within the Next.js docs. I'll make sure to link it as an essential resource within the ebook that you can download. This is the best table that simply explains when you need something to be a server or a client component depending on what you need that component to do. Now it's time to dive into routing. Next.js uses a file-based routing system, and doing everything on a single page is boring, right? Currently, we only have one route, which is the home page. So how do we create a new route, like /about? It is as simple as creating a new folder and a file. In the app directory, create a new folder and name it about. And within that folder, create a new page.tsx file. Within there, you can create a single functional component that returns a div that says about. Now go back to the browser and simply add /about to your URL. And if I zoom it in a lot, there we go. The route is being displayed. This is how you create routes in Next.js. It uses an intuitive file-based routing system where folders are used to define routes. The folder name becomes the route name, and the page.tsx inside of it becomes a file that gets rendered for that route. It's a special file naming convention for displaying that route's content. But in most cases, that won't be enough. You'll need nested routes. Let's say you're developing an admin dashboard within this application and you want to create a route for dashboard users and dashboard analytics. Of course, you can't create two folders with the same name. This is where nested routes come in handy. Let's create a new folder called dashboard, inside of which we'll create two additional folders. One will be called users and another one will be called analytics. And both of them will contain a special page.tsx file. There we go. You get one and you get one too. Within them, we can simply run RAFCE. If you don't have that quick command, you can install it as a package. It's called React Snippets. And then within this one, we can call it users. We can duplicate that and we can also add it within analytics. And if you go back to your browser, go to /dashboard/users, you can see users. And if you go to /analytics, you can see analytics. But of course, if you go just to dashboard itself, it's going to be a 404. Here's a quick question for you. Do you know how you would create a separate dashboard homepage if you wanted to? The answer is simply add another page.tsx within the dashboard folder itself. Yes, you can have a dashboard page and then dashboard nested routes. But this still may not be enough. In many cases, you'll also need dynamic routes. What if you want to display each user's profile in the dashboard? Let's say we have 4 predefined users in the dashboard users page. That's going to look something like this. Users within a div, and then we have an H1 and a UL with 4 different users. Now, let's say you want to show full user details on the page when you click on each one of these users. Say we want to direct them to dashboard, users, user 1, and then dashboard users, user 2, and so on. We can't create these folders manually as we don't know how many users will there be. This is what dynamic routing is all about. A route where part of the URL can change or be dynamic, typically based on the user input or specific data in the database. Creating dynamic routes in Next.js is simple. All you have to do is wrap the part that changes, that is dynamic, in square brackets. In our case, it'll be the user ID. So let's create a new folder called ID within the users folder and make sure to wrap it within square brackets. That's the rule. Inside of that file, create a new page.tsx and run RAFCE to create a generic user details page. Now let's go back to the users page and let's make these users clickable. Doing that is pretty simple. We just have to use Next.js's link component. It looks like this. You import it from next/link. You give it an href to where you want to go. And in this case, let's make it point to dashboard/users/1. And let's say user 1. We can of course duplicate this a few more times. So let's put it within an li and properly close it. And 1, 2, 3. There we go. And we can also change their names 2, 3, 4. Now, if I go back to the browser, I can actually click on these links and look, they led me to the user details page. But they all do, right? 3, 4, they're all leading to the same user details page. Or the page is technically different because right here you can see it says users 1. And if you go to users 2, it's going to say users 2. But how do we extract the different information about each one of the users? Let me show you. I'll go back to user details page and we can extract this dynamic parameter from the folder from the params object. You destructure right here at the top of the function and then you say params. Since we're using TypeScript, we also need to define the type of the params. It'll be an object containing a single ID, which will be of a type string. And how do I know that it will contain a single property called ID of a type string? Well, that's because we call this dynamic route ID by saying ID within square brackets. If you said something like name here, you would be able to extract it by saying something like name. In this case, let's destructure the ID from params by saying const ID is equal to params, or you can also use the dot notation saying params.id. Finally, now we can say user profile, and then we can show the actual ID. Let's actually turn this into H1 and give it a class name of text-3xl so we can see it better. Now, if you go back, you can see user profile 2, user profile 3, 4, and so on. And in real life, this would work exactly the same. You will always be fetching just the user ID, but then from that page, you can make a call to the database that'll give you all the other user information, such as their avatar, full name, username, and more. So now you know what params are. And if you want to get access to this information, such as this ID elsewhere and not within a Next.js page, you can use a client component hook called useParams that lets you read route's dynamic parameters filled in by the current URL. Next, let's learn about layout. Earlier, I told you that the layout.tsx file is the main starting point of our app. To demonstrate this, let me add a text of root before rendering the children. I'll do that right here, and once again, I'll make it h1 with a class name of text-3xl, and I'll say root. Now, if you check out the homepage, it'll say root, welcome to Next.js. Then if you go to /about, you'll see root about. Or if you go to dashboard /users, if it doesn't appear automatically for you, you might need to reload your server by opening up the terminal, pressing Ctrl+C to stop it, and then rerunning npm run dev. But you get the point. Root appears on top of all the pages. This is because layout.tsx acts as the parent for all of these routes. It allows you to share UI elements across multiple pages. For example, you can place features like a navbar or a footer in the layout, and they'll appear on all children routes, saving you from having to import them on every page. Simply add them once in layout.tsx, and they'll be available wherever needed. In Next.js, a root layout is always required, but you can create additional layouts if necessary. Let's say you want to render a specific UI just for the dashboard routes. We can do that by adding another layout.tsx right here within the dashboard. The name has to be layout. Don't try something else, otherwise Next.js won't recognize it. Creating a new layout is as simple as creating a new functional component and then getting children right here. Just to make TypeScript happy, you can also define additional types, such as children is equal to React node, and you might need to import React. There we go. Now everybody's happy. Within this div, we can then render children, and the children in this case will be all other pages that you're showing within this layout. But if you want to add some kind of a special dashboard navbar, so let's say dashboard, then you can add it to the layout. And let's also apply the same styles by giving it a class name equal to text-3xl. So now if you reload, you can see root. This is coming from the root layout, and then dashboard is coming from the dashboard layout. Just imagine that these are different pieces of the UI that we're showing on different screens. So dashboard users and dashboard analytics has both root and dashboard, but as soon as you exit the dashboard route group, you're back to just root. I hope this makes sense. But there's more. Route groups. Let's say you don't want the root layout to appear in the dashboard routes and only show up in non-dashboard routes like home, about, and more. This means that you'd need a separate navbar for the dashboard and another one for the non-dashboard routes. That's pretty similar how things work in real life, right? In such scenarios, you can use route groups. They allow you to organize your route segments and project structure without impacting the URL path. This means that you can create folders, but unlike nested routes, they won't show up in the URL. You do that by wrapping the folder name inside parentheses. In our case, let's create two different folders. One will be called dashboard in parentheses, and the other one will be called root in parentheses as well. Now move the dashboard folder within the dashboard in parentheses, and move the home page and the about folder in the root. Now remove the root from the root layout file. Let's say this is a root navigation bar, and add another layout.tsx file within the root route group. Once again, it is a single functional component that accepts children, and then now you can render the navbar right here. So let's do an h1, and in this case, let's give it a class name equal to text-3xl, and let's simply say navbar. And you must render children in every layout file, so let's render them below. And one last change is to move the layout.tsx from this dashboard folder to this dashboard folder right here. Now, each route group has its own layout. Now, if you go back to the website, you'll see everything is as it was. We have navbar on top of the home and /about route. And if we go to dashboard and then users, you can see that we have only a dashboard navigation bar. Everything works as expected. So why are we using these route groups in the first place? Well, take a look. They're making our code more organized without affecting the URL. To go to the home page or to the about page, you don't have to say /root /about. You simply say about. So whenever you place a folder name within parentheses, that means you're creating a route group and it will not be mapped to a URL path. And why is this useful? Well, one, for organizing your code. You can see everything is cleaner now. And the second reason is that you can have separate layouts for different route groups, which are going to give you different UI, but without affecting the URL. So let's rewind one more time. Route groups allow you to create folders without affecting the URL. And even though creating route groups isn't taken into account, you can still create files like layout.tsx inside of them. And it's important that this root route group still points to the home page. So this page right here is the primary home page. If you were to copy and paste this file into the dashboard, that wouldn't work because now we have two parallel routes that resolve to the same path. I hope this is clear. Understanding route groups is extremely useful because they allow you to separate concerns, manage route segments, and render content properly, all without showing them in the URL. Next, let's talk about error handling. In Next.js, there's a special file called error.js, or TS if you're using TypeScript, that catches errors and displays them on the UI. Similar to how we were able to create multiple layout files for each folder, be that a route group or a route folder, we can do the same for the error.ts file. Let's throw an error on purpose in the about page. I'll head over to that page and I'll say throw new error. I'll say something like not implemented. And don't forget to delete this duplicate of a page TSX within the dashboard. That one is still throwing us the old error. Once you do that and go to about, you'll see an error that is fine for us developers, but you never want to show it to the end user. Rather, if there has to be an error, let's show it within a nice UI. At least the user will feel better that way. To do that, let's create a new error.tsx file in the root folder. Error.tsx. In it, I'll copy the code provided to us by the Next.js documentation. This component is just nicely handling the error. Save and revisit the about page. Check it out. We don't see that red pop-up anymore. Rather, we see what we have implemented in the error.tsx file. Something went wrong, try again. Super simple and straightforward to handle errors in Next.js, right? And as I said, you can even create these error files specific to different routes. If you just want to have one global error, then you can do it by creating a global error.tsx file in the root of the app folder. That's going to look something like this. I'll go into the app and create a new file called global error.tsx. The code will look something like this. I'm not sure why my indentation is not working when copying, but you get the idea. You can specify the HTML and the body and simply show some kind of an error. Take a note that error boundaries must be client components. Now, going back to our app, can we see this error? Well, not really. Unlike layout.tsx, which displays everything from its parent, the error file works differently. Only the closest error file to the route takes priority, meaning you won't see the content both from global error.tsx and from the root error.tsx. Errors will bubble up to the nearest parent error file. Not all of them. Make sense? And to talk about something else other than errors, let's talk about loading UIs. Loading UIs in Next.js works very similarly to error handling. You want to show some kind of a loading progress while data is being fetched for users with a slow internet connection. It is as simple as adding a new loading.tsx file in the folder. In there, you can create any kind of a loader or a nice looking spinner. Now, as your page reloads, this file will show. I'll keep reloading the screen so you can see that loading bar. Adding loadings to your Next.js really doesn't get simpler than that. While the data is loading, Next.js will show the content you specified in the loading file. And once the data is received, the content in the page you're trying to render will be shown. It's super useful and surprisingly easy to do. I've covered this in more detail in the Ultimate Next.js course. As you can see here, there's an entire section dedicated to it, complete with challenges to help you practice. But in this crash course, you'll also see this in action in the next segment, where we'll actually do some real-world data fetching. And in addition to these main file conventions like page, layout, error, and loading, Next.js also provides other features like parallel routes, intercepting routes, and localization routes that display content based on the user's language. You can explore all of these in the Next.js's documentation. But for now, let's move over to data fetching, the most interesting concept in Next.js. There are different ways in which we can fetch content. A traditional way is using a use effect. For example, this is what you would do. Let's say that you have a homepage where you're trying to set and fetch some albums. You create a new empty use state, you declare a use effect within which you declare an asynchronous fetching function. Within it, you have an await fetch where you're trying to get some albums, and then you return that JSON and set it to the state. Finally, going a bit down, you map over those albums and show the data. But this isn't super efficient. There is a better alternative to fetch, and it's happening on the server side. Not only is it faster and more efficient, the code is also so much cleaner. Check this out. You declare a new functional component called home, and immediately on top of it, you make a fetch request. You check if it fails. If it doesn't, you simply declare it and set its response.json to the albums variable. You map over it and display the details. Go ahead, pause this video and test it out. You don't necessarily have to do all the styles, but you can at least try to fetch the data, map over the albums, and show each album's title. If you do it, visit the website and see if it works. You'll not see anything. You'll have to refresh to see the result. And it's not because HMR is not working, but rather HMR is caching your content. In latest versions of Next.js, there is a new feature called Server Components HMR Cache that allows you to cache fetch responses in server components across hot module replacement refreshes in local development. What this means is you'll have faster responses and reduced costs for build API calls. But now, coming back to the difference between server-side fetching versus client-side fetching, first of all, you'll notice the code difference between the two strategies. With server-side fetching, you wrote fewer lines of code, which improves the DX, developer experience. But that's not the only benefit. Server-side fetching has so many more benefits, like improved initial load time. As server-side data fetching allows the page to be rendered with the data already included, it reduces the time to first contentful paint, FCP. In the client-side example, the user sees an empty page until the data is fetched and then rendered. The second and most important benefit of server-side fetching is better SEO. Search engine crawlers can more easily index content rendered on the server as the content is already provided in HTML format. In contrast, client-side fetching may result in content not being visible to crawlers right away, since it first needs to be fetched and then displayed on the UI, which can negatively impact your SEO. Next, not only is the code shorter, but the logic is simplified. Server components allow you to keep data fetching logic on the server closer to your data source. This can simplify your component logic and reduce the need for use effect and use state hooks. And the next benefit is not that easy to understand at first, and it is automatic request deduplication. Next.js provides that automatic request deduplication when fetching data on the server, which can improve performance and reduce unnecessary API calls. Basically, Request deduplication makes sure that when the same data is requested multiple times at once, only one request is sent. It stops duplicate requests from being made. And when talking about benefits of the server-side fetching versus client-side fetching, I really can't miss on improved security. Keeping API calls on the server allows you to better protect sensitive information like API keys, which should never be exposed on the client side. And adding to the list of benefits, we have reduced network waterfall. Client-side data fetching often leads to a network waterfall where requests are made sequentially. Server-side fetching can more efficiently parallelize those requests. I'll teach you how to do these parallel requests in our build and deploy project, so keep watching. But this isn't just about fetching. You can server render any other calls, maybe a direct database call to Prisma to get the list of posts, or even with Mongoose and MongoDB like this. That's the beauty of Next.js. This is achievable because these components are React server components, which allow you to access server-related resources directly. This means we can make direct database calls instead of needing to create an API and then fetch that API once again. And if you're still not convinced, you can always go for client-side fetching. How? Just add use client at the top, bring back the use effects, the use states, and you're all set. Next.js will allow you to do whatever you think is best. And let's be honest, this is how we all used to use Next.js when we first transitioned over from React. It only feels natural, but it is the wrong way to use Next.js. And that's what made me create the whole Ultimate Next.js course in the first place, to teach Next.js the right way. But now take a moment to test both client-side and server-side rendering. You'll notice the differences I mentioned, such as seeing the blank page initially with client-side rendering, or if you inspect its source and see that nothing is there, or client-side not functioning at all if you disable JavaScript. In contrast, server-side fetching will still display the results even if JavaScript is turned off in the browser. But now that we know that server-side fetching is preferable, let's explore different server-side strategies that allow you to manage how and when you render your content on the server side. You see, this is a crucial part of Next.js. And I know that some of you might be thinking, I just want to code already. But without understanding these concepts, you'll probably end up saying, I hate Next.js, it never works. The truth is, it does work. Just not for you. You just need the right skills to make it happen. That's why, even on my platform, I dedicate an entire section to breaking down these strategies before we touch a single line of code. And we'll be doing the same thing in this video. Trust me, it'll make your life a whole lot easier. The first technique is static site generation, or SSG, a technique where HTML pages are generated at build time. This means that the content is created when you deploy your site, not when a user requests it. It's extremely fast and can be served from a CDN, but it's not suitable for websites that need frequently updated content. By default, Next.js uses a static rendering strategy. Your result is cached and delivered through a CDN network. Ideally, you want to use this strategy for blogs, documentation sites, or marketing pages. But in many cases, you'll have to go for incremental static regeneration, or ISR for short. It's an extension of SSG that allows you to update static content after you've built your site. This means that it'll create static pages at build time, behaving like SSG, and then after some time has passed, it'll create or update those static pages once again after you've deployed your site. Basically, it combines the benefits of static generation with the ability to refresh or update content. If you want to use ISR as a strategy, you can do this in two ways. The first one is time-based revalidation. You can revalidate your entire page after some time by simply exporting a variable called revalidate and set it equal to the number of seconds of when you want to revalidate. Isn't that crazy? Export const revalidate, and then that changes your rendering strategy? Super simple. And the second way is to revalidate the request after some time. And that would look something like this. You have a fetch and then you provide the options object with next revalidate. The difference between these two is that the first approach uses the revalidate export, which is a route segment config. It sets the revalidation time for the entire page to 3600 seconds, or 1 hour. This means that the entire page, including all data fetches within it, will be revalidated every hour. While the second approach uses the next revalidate option in the fetch function. It sets the revalidation time specifically for this data fetch to 1 hour. This means that only this particular data fetch will be revalidated every 3600 seconds. While other parts of the page or other data fetches, if any, are not affected at all. And there's also on-demand validation. Instead of doing it on time, you can also revalidate using revalidate path and revalidate tag for on-demand validation of content. I hope that's clear enough. That's how you can use ISR. It's perfect for those websites whose content changes occasionally, but still doesn't need real-time updates. The next rendering strategy is server-side rendering, or SSR. It generates the HTML for a page on the server in response to a user's request. This means that the content is created dynamically for each user request, and not only for each deployment. It's slower than SSG and puts more load on the server, but you'll always have up-to-date content. This is ideal for highly dynamic content or pages that need real-time data. Similar to what we did with ISR, you can use the same configs for SSR. For time-based revalidation, instead of setting it to some random number of seconds, you simply set it to 0, telling Next.js to render the page every time the user requests it. And if you only want to do it for specific requests, you can use the cache no store or set the revalidate to 0 there. And same thing happens with the on-demand validation, like revalidate path and revalidate tag. You can learn more about them in the documentation. But so far, everything is super intuitive. And finally, there's the partial pre-rendering, PPR. It's a new rendering model that combines static and dynamic rendering. It allows you to render a static shell of a page while streaming dynamic content. The key difference with PPR is that it allows for a hybrid approach within a single page, unlike other strategies that work on a page level. Here's how PPR works. During build time, Next.js generates a static shell of the pages. This shell includes the layout and any static parts of the page in the form of components. This static shell includes placeholders for dynamic content. We do it by wrapping dynamic components in a suspense tag. When a user requests the page, the static shell is served immediately, and then the dynamic content is streamed in as it becomes available. So what does this mean? Well, with PPR, you can have static components, dynamic components, and components that are partially static and partially dynamic, depending on what you need. You'll actually learn about all of these strategies in action in the application you'll develop today. So for now, let's keep going. We're almost there and ready to start building the app. But first, I have to tell you a bit about API routes. Enough with front-end stuff, optimization, caching, performance, and all that. It's time for some backend work. If you've ever done some backend, even creating a simple hello world from server message requires a fair bit of setup. It involves setting up a project, installing necessary packages like Express for Node, writing server code, setting up Express, the port, and then making that port listen, running it, and then deploying it using some paid or free service so you can finally use it on the front end. It might not seem like a big deal when you're just reading or looking at the code, but things quickly start getting complicated when you have to write various routes, middlewares, and so on. But in the newest version of Next.js, it's super simple, much closer to what we did on the front end. You just create a special file within a folder for the specific route, and you're all set. There's no need to set up, manage, or monitor an active server separately. If you want to show the same message, hello world from backend, in Next.js, you simply need to create a folder with any name, and then create a special file named route.ts inside it. From there, you can immediately begin writing server code. Export async function get, return response.json, message hello world from backend. That's all there is to it. Your folder name serves as your API route name with your business logic neatly encapsulated within this special route file. If you now go to the browser, modify the URL, and add hello world to it, you'll see hello world from backend as a response. But how can you create other API endpoints like post, patch, delete, and more? Well, for that, let's create a book endpoint with a local array as a database. A common practice when creating route handlers is to create a folder called API and write all the routes inside it. So create this API folder in the app directory and add a database file for storing some dummy books. Then you can create two routes, get and post, in app API books route.tsx. These are nested routes similar to what you explored previously in the routing part for the UI. For the delete and put, you'll have to create dynamic route handlers. And you already know how to do that. App API books and then dynamic square brackets ID /route.ts. And inside of it, you can export async function put for the update request and then export async function delete for the delete request. And then you can add the logic. So far, this feels good. Similar to what we did with UI routes, but this time for writing server code and creating APIs. So let's test them one by one to see if they work or not. And there you go. Everything works perfectly. This is how route handlers or APIs work in Next.js. It's super simple and straightforward. And the creation of APIs in Next.js was nice, but how can you use them on the UI? Well, it's a simple fetch. Just create a books route real quick and call the get API route to fetch the content. Const response, await fetch, localhost 3000 API books. You get them from the response, set them to the state, and render them. If you visit the books route, you'll see all of your books. As easy as it could be, thanks to the serverless architecture of Next.js and React 19 React Server components. And there's one final thing I want to teach you before you're ready to start creating your Next.js application, and that is search engine optimization. Specifically, how we use metadata in Next.js to improve our SEO. And when I mention metadata, I'm referring to the look and feel of our website when we share it with others on messaging platforms or post it on social media platforms or on internet in general, like for example in search engines. In today's world, we need to ensure that our content is shareable. So there are two ways in which we can manage metadata in our Next.js application. The first one is config-based. All you have to do is create a JavaScript object in the layout or any kind of page file and export it. Next.js will automatically detect it and turn it into relevant meta tags for those routes. Something like export const metadata is equal to, and then in there you can provide all sorts of different SEO properties such as title, description, thumbnail, and more. We already have a config file in our app layout.tsx. However, if you navigate over to the homepage and add an additional metadata, something like home Next.js, then that one will be taken into account because it's higher on the priority list and it'll override the default specified in the global layout. This allows you to either define unique metadata for each route or rely on the metadata from the root layout. It's entirely up to you. But everything we discussed so far is just static metadata. Means that it's not going to change. Home is always going to be home. But there are also going to be cases in which you want to create dynamic metadata based on some kind of content on the page, such as a blog title. For example, let me show you how I implemented this strategy on jsmastery.pro for the resources page. On the main resource page, you'll see different titles and descriptions. And if you click on one of the resources, you'll see a change in the title and description as well. Same thing happens for the other resources. Each has its own title, description, and image, which helps web crawlers index these pages and makes them much more shareable on social media. But how can we achieve this in Next.js? It's super simple. The only thing you have to do is export a new async function called generate metadata, which gets access to params. Params being the same params that we had before from dynamic routes. You can extract the ID or the name or anything else. Based on that ID, you can get full resource details or user profile details, whatever it is. Then you can use those details to formulate SEO title, descriptions, thumbnails, and more, and you can simply return a dynamic object of all of these properties. That's it. As simple as that. Are you with me so far? Good. And the other way in which we can set metadata in Next.js is file-based metadata. As the name suggests, you can put files like a robot, sitemap, favicon, open graph images, or other site icons directly inside the app folder, and Next.js will automatically detect and generate corresponding meta tags. For example, you can have an app and then a favicon and then an icon and then an open graph image, Twitter image. All of these properties will get added to your meta tags. It's just about adding the files with the right names. They have to be proper names directly inside the app folder. It'll work out the same as the config-based approach. You can find the full list of all files that can be created to define metadata here. But for the time being, I still prefer creating it by exporting the config file from layouts or individual pages. And it's worth noting that file-based metadata has a higher priority and will override any config-based metadata. So if you set it in a file, it'll be used instead of the ones that you set in the configuration. So now you know how to make your apps shareable, SEO optimized, and search engine crawlable. With that in mind, I think you're ready. First, there was a lot of theory, and then there was more theory disguised in this practical part, but now you're ready to dive into code. You're ready to dive right in and build and deploy your Next.js app with all of these optimizations, performance updates, and new features baked right into it. The application you'll develop and deploy along with the specific Next.js features you'll use. On the homepage, you'll find a list of startups fetched directly from Sanity. And the great part is that whenever someone anywhere in the world submits a new startup, it'll instantly appear for all the other users here without needing to reload the page. You can also search for any startup by title, creator name, or category in real time. In this case, let's go with category of health. You just click it right here, and you can see that search works instantly. For this, we're using Next.js's latest Next Form feature, which automatically manages the URL state and allows form submissions via keyboard events with minimal code required. Now, if you click on any one of these startups, you can view its details, including the title, date when it was published, a description, thumbnail, more information about the author, and then finally the pitch details. In this case, we just use regular text for the details, but if we go to another post, you can see that it supports full Markdown capabilities. And at the bottom, we have some other recommended posts. But maybe the most important part of this entire pitch details page, besides this great looking image of course, is the number of times that this post has been viewed. And you can see that right here at the bottom right. Even though it might feel like a small feature, it's actually quite significant. Here, you'll be using Next.js's latest rendering strategy, known as PPR, partial pre-rendering. With this approach, everything except the view counter is kept as static content for 60 seconds, using incremental static regeneration, while the views counter is handled with server-side rendering. This means that whenever a user requests a page, most of the details are served from the CDN cache, but the views are recalculated with each request and aren't cached. That is what PPR is all about, giving you control over which parts of the page remain static and which are regenerated dynamically. We're also applying the same strategy on the user profile page, where the user details are cached, but the content, such as submitted startups, is always generated fresh with each request. This ensures that the latest data is displayed without caching using the PPR approach. To submit a startup, you'll need to create an account first by signing up with GitHub using social authentication. I already authenticated before, so it logged me right in. You'll do this using the latest version of NextAuth. And once you're signed in, your account will be stored in Sanity and you'll be able to go over to the Create Startup page. Here, we're utilizing React 19's highly anticipated use action state hook, along with Next.js server actions. All fields right here, including the image URL, are validated using Zod, ensuring that no validation is skipped. Now, I'll split my screen in half, keeping one side on the homepage and another one on the startup creation page. I've entered some details, and I'll go ahead and submit my pitch. The second I click this, it's submitting. The success, I got renavigated, and check this out. Immediately, without a reload, this startup appeared right here on the homepage. That's how real-time updates work, and I'll teach you how to do it. Isn't all this amazing? Pretty cool app that purposefully features so many of the new Next.js features. So now let's build it together and let's explore everything that Next.js has to offer. To develop this great application, we'll use React, but not just plain old React. We'll power it up with Next.js, specifically with the latest and greatest of what Next.js has to offer. Even though Next.js comes with many built-in optimizations, as you might know if you watch the crash course, I'll also teach you how to use it to the fullest potential by handling things that are not coming out of the box, such as implementing dynamic HTML streaming, React server components, many different ways of data fetching depending on the use case, client and server rendering, and much more. For styling, we'll of course use Tailwind CSS, a utility-first CSS framework that allows you to style your applications very quickly, but still gives you the possibility to keep your design completely custom. And on top of Tailwind CSS, we'll also use ShatCN, a component library that provides you with the necessary components that you can simply copy and paste into your apps. Finally, I know you've been waiting for this day. You'll implement auth from scratch using NextAuth. Specifically, we'll do a GitHub integration. And on top of all of that, I'll teach you how to manage the content of your application using Sanity. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and set up our new Next.js project. To get started, create a new empty folder on your desktop, name it something like YC directory, and then open it up within your code editor. Within it, open up your terminal, run npx create-next-app at latest / to create it in the current repository. It's going to ask you a couple of questions, and we just want to press enter for all of them since we'll be using the default recommended options. Of course, we would like to use TypeScript to make our project type safe. We would like to use ESLint to make sure that our codebase is clean. Tailwind CSS, sign us up. No need to put everything inside of the source directory. Just putting it within the app is fine. We will be using the app router. TurboPack for smoother development environment, no need to customize the default import alias, and that's it. The packages are getting installed. There we go. Our project has been initialized. But before we run it, there's one more thing we have to do. Head over to your package.json. And here you can see that we're using the latest versions of React as well as Next.js. But we also have to make sure that all the other packages and dependencies that we use, such as NextAuth, also use those latest versions and not go back to using React 18, for example. For that reason, we have to add 2 additional properties to our package.json. Let's add it right below the scripts. One is to set a specific version of your package manager. In this case, I'm using npm, so I'll set it to npm at 10.5.2, and then also set the overrides React, $React, and React DOM, $React DOM. This will ensure that the latest versions of React are being used across all the packages in your project. And after you do this, make sure to not delete node modules and then reinstall them, because that might break some things. If you were thinking of doing that, then just copy the exact versions of React and React DOM and put them right here in the overrides. In that case, it'll work. Great. Now that we have done this, we can simply run npm run dev to see the server in action. So let's open up the terminal and say npm run dev. And there we go. Our application is now live on localhost 3000, which means that we are ready to start developing it. This time, we'll start straight with authentication, which we'll be implementing using auth.js, or also known as NextAuth. So let's head over to installation, and we'll choose Next.js, of course. First things first, we have to run the installation command. So let's copy it, and I've opened up a new terminal inside of which we can run those installation commands. So let's install it. There we go. That was super simple. Next, we'll have to set up the environment by setting up our auth secret. So let's copy this command and run npx auth secret. Press Y to proceed. And this just created a new .env local with your auth secret. Next, we'll have to implement our configuration. I'll zoom this in so you can see it a bit better, but you can also follow along with your own docs. The goal of these videos is for me to teach you how to replicate what I'm working, not just follow along. So sometimes it's totally okay to pause and try to implement things on your own. Next, we have to create the auth.js config file and object. This is where you can control the behavior of the library and specify custom authentication logic, adapters, and more. Create an auth.js file in the project. Here, we can pass all the custom authentication options. So let's create it in the root of your app and copy this config. Now, directly in the root of your application, create a new file called auth.js and paste what you just copied. Import NextAuth from NextAuth, and here we're exporting a NextAuth object with the complete configuration. Next, we'll have to add a route handler under app API auth, and then we'll have to make this a new dynamic route. So let's do just that. I'll create a new folder within the app folder, and I'll call it API. Within the API folder, I'll create a new folder called auth, and within the auth folder, I'll create another folder, which is going to be a dynamic one. So we'll use square brackets ... NextAuth, and then I'll close it like this. And within it, we'll create a new route.ts file. Within the route, you can copy and paste this code. Import handlers from add/auth, and then we export those handlers. The third step is an optional step to add the middleware. In this case, we'll skip it. And next, we have to set up the authentication methods. The basic setup is complete, but now you can choose the providers which you want to allow your users to authenticate with. So let's head over to authentication and go to OAuth. Here, you can jump to one of the most popular providers for authentication. We typically do Google, but now I'll do GitHub. On this documentation page, you just get a callback URL that we need to call. But in this case, we need to set it up from scratch. So let's go over to Connections, Providers, and then here, search for GitHub. There we go. And here, you'll get all the information on how we can create a new GitHub OAuth app, which we need for this setup. So head over to this documentation page, and here you get the steps needed to create a GitHub OAuth app. You have to go to Settings, Developer Settings, OAuth Apps, and then create a new OAuth app, and then add the authorization callback URL. So let's do all of that together. Head over to github.com, go to your profile, go to Settings, head over to Developer Settings right at the bottom left, and then don't create a new GitHub app, rather head over to OAuth Apps, and then create a new OAuth app. Enter the application name, such as YC directory, and you'll have to enter the homepage URL. For the time being, we don't really have a URL yet because it'll be rendered on localhost. So let's just say localhost 3000 right here. We can switch it later on once we deploy our application. Application description, well, this will be a directory for the new era of startups. I like that. And authorization callback URL. To know what we need to put there, we can refer to NextAuth's documentation. So let's simply copy this and then paste it right here. In this case, we'll use localhost 3000 as the URL and click register. Well, yeah, this is the thing. Now it's asking us to have a real homepage URL, which starts with HTTP or HTTPS. So if you just add http:// and press create, it'll work. Great. And now here we got a client ID and we can generate a new client secret. So let's copy the client ID and add it to our .env.local. We'll add it as auth_GitHub_ID and set it equal to this string. Similarly, we can generate a new client secret. For that, you'll have to confirm access. And once it's generated, copy it as you won't be able to see it again. Once you do that, you can say auth GitHub secret and set it right here. If you want to, you can also upload your app's logo. And that's the perfect time to refer to the complete Figma design for this project. The link is down in the description. Just enter your email and you can get it immediately. Once you're there, you can explore the entire design and you can get this logo. Simply double click it and then export it right here. Once you export it, you can upload it here. I'll use just YC. Perfect. Let's update our application and we'll revisit this page at the end of this video to put our new deployed URL right here. But for the time being, we can go back to the NextAuth setup and we can copy the configuration. The only thing this is doing is updating our existing auth.js file, where now we are adding a GitHub provider right within it. So how do we make it work? Well, let's go back to our homepage. Let's remove everything we have from this home right now. I'll keep just a single React fragment right here for now, completely empty. We can simply say home. Now we can improve our file and folder structure. Currently, our homepage is right here, but I actually want to organize this a bit and create a new route group, which is going to be called root. So these are all our home pages. I'll move this page over to this root, and I'll also create a new layout file right here, layout.tsx. That means that what we apply to this layout will only be applied to the pages within this route group. So let's say export default function layout. It accepts children as a prop, and we need to define the type of that children, and we'll set it to read only because we're not going to modify it. And then you can say children is of a type react.reactNode. Finally, we can return a new main tag with a class name equal to font-work-sans. So this is a special font we'll apply later on. Then, as you know, within every layout, we need to render the children. But what this specific layout will do is it'll render a navbar right here on top of it. So let's create a new components folder. And within it, let's create a new file called navbar.tsx. Let's run rafce within it to create a React arrow function component. And if this didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the necessary plugin. The plugin I'm using is called Modern React Snippets. So just install it and it should work. Once you do that, we can go back to the layout and we can auto import this navbar as a self-closing component right here. So now we have the navbar, we have the layout, and we have the home page. Let's actually turn this home into an H1 that'll say home, and we can give it a class name equal to text-2xl to make it a bit larger. Now, if you go back to localhost and you reload, you should be able to see the navbar at the top and then home right here below it. That's perfect because right within the navbar, we'll implement our NextAuth. Let's style it just a bit by giving it a class name equal to padding x of 5 to give it a bit of spacing on left and right, padding y 3 to give it some space on top and bottom, bg white, shadow-sm for a small shadow, and font-work-sans. And that's going to be within an HTML5 semantic header tag, within which we can render a nav tag with a class name equal to flex, justify-between, items-center. Within it, we can render a Next.js link tag with an href pointing to /, meaning it's going to go just to the home page. And within here, we can show our logo. That's going to be a Next.js image tag with a source equal to /logo.png, an alt tag of logo, a width of about 144 pixels, and a height of about 30 pixels. If we save this, currently the image will not load. That's because we don't yet have it in our public folder. So let's remove all of the files from the public folder that we have there right now. And let's get the logo directly from Figma. You can export it as you already know how. You can drag and drop it from your downloads, and then you can just rename it to logo.png. If you do that, there we go. Now we know that you're starting to build the YC directory. Moving forward, we're going to go below the link and we'll render another div with a class name equal to flex, items-center, and a gap of 5. Within here, we only want to render things if our user is logged in. So how can we know whether a user is logged in? Well, we can look into a user session that is coming directly from NextAuth. So let's say const session is equal to await auth which we have to import from @/auth. And since we used await here, we need to turn this into an async function. And we can do that because this is a server rendered component. How cool is that? You would never be able to do this in client components. So now that we have the session, we can do a quick check and say if session exists and if session has a user, then render this additional information about that user, or give them the possibility to perform some actions, such as a link that'll have a span within it, and it'll say something like create. It'll also have an href of /startup/create, pointing the user to that create page. And below the link, we'll have a button with an onClick property equal to sign out. And this is something we have to import from auth. So let's get auth, let's get sign out, and let's get sign in as well. So in this case, we want to simply sign out. Within the button, we can create a span and say log out. Finally, we're also going to have one more link which will point to the user's profile. So let's say href is equal to dynamic URL of /session?.id. So we want to go to the ID of that specific user. For the time moment within it, we can simply render a span, which will render a session?.user?.name. And since I opened up a ternary operator right here, we also need to provide a second half of that operation. What happens if we don't already have a user? And in that case, I'll create a button with an onClick equal to sign in. And when you call sign in, you also need to pass the provider. In this case, it'll be GitHub. This button will have a span, which will say login. If I save this and collapse our editor so we can see the browser at the same time, you should be able to see the button on the right side, but it's barely noticeable because the color of the font is not dark. So on this div, let's simply give it a text-black property. And there we go. We can see a login button because our session has not yet been established. And before we go ahead and click it, you can see that our onClicks are complaining, both this one and this one here. If you hover over sign in, you can see that it's saying missing await for an async function call. Yes, sign in is asynchronous, meaning we have to add await in front of it. So if I do that, you can see that that's not really a valid syntax. That means that we have to turn this into a server action. Let me show you how. I'll create a new callback function right here, and then wrap this call within it. Makes sense so far, right? Then, since we're using await, I'll add async right here, and I'll add a use server directive right here, which will ensure that this gets called on the server. But if you click login, no luck. We still get an error. And this one is a bit weird, but essentially what it's saying is, hey, you cannot use a server action within a component that is maybe the best example of a client component, a button with an onClick. So let me show you what you have to do instead. Actually, you'll be using the latest React 19 server actions with a new form feature. You can pass a server action to a form and automatically submit the form to the server. This is quite new, so bear with me. Essentially, you define an HTML5 form, give it an action, which can be a server action, and it'll execute on the server. And I also have an example from Next.js docs saying that React extends the HTML form, and you can provide a server action with the action prop. So let's explore it in action. No pun intended. And I'll turn this onClick into an action. Specifically, it is an asynchronous server action trying to sign us in. Now, within it, I can render a button that'll have a type is equal to submit. It'll simply submit the form. And we can say something like login right here. Now, if you press the login button, check this out. We got redirected to GitHub Authentication. But we get a bit of a warning saying that the redirect URI is not associated with this application, pointing to a slight misconfiguration. Believe it or not, the fix is in one single letter. Sometimes issues like these are the worst. Just go back to your OAuth setup, scroll down, and then go to the authorization callback URL. I copy this over from NextAuth documentation, and here they have a live deployed URL under HTTPS security, but localhost by default is HTTP security. So let's put it like this, go back to our app, and click login. And there we go. We can authorize YC directory. So let's click authorize. And for the second time, we get an error that you now know how to fix. It's referring to turning this client component props, such as onClick, into an actual form action. So let's do just that. First, I would recommend that you try it out on your own, and then we can do it together. So if you want to give it a shot, pause the video. If not, let's continue. I'll turn this button into a form, and I'll turn the onClick. It's called a client-side prop, which is interesting. OnClick, and I'll turn the onClick, which is specifically called a client component prop. Interesting name, if you think about it. Into an action, which is no longer a client component prop. In the action, I'll turn this into an asynchronous callback function, and I'll define useServer here to denote that it's being used on the server. Then I'll say await, sign out, and I'll even pass an additional option of redirect to equal to /. So after logout, we redirect back to homepage. If I save this, you can see we're now good. You can see my full name right here at top right, and also the create and logout buttons. This means that NextAuth is properly reading the user session. Great. For the time being, I also have to turn this span into a button with a type equal to submit. So now if we press logout, we are out, and if we press login, we're back in. Perfect. I hope that made sense. You have officially learned how to set up authentication from scratch using NextAuth, as well as some gotchas with using server actions within client component props, and how to fix those issues with the new React 19 forms. And I even prepared a quick diagram for you so we can do a quick recap. As a user, you first click that sign in with GitHub button at the top. Of course, I'm referring to our login button. Once we click it, our Next.js app will initiate authentication over to NextAuth, which will then redirect to GitHub OAuth. GitHub OAuth will then request our user for authorization. That looks something like this. I click it, and then if we haven't been logged in previously, it would redirect us to that GitHub page. But in this case, it redirected us, and we directly granted permissions. Now it's time for GitHub and NextAuth to communicate. GitHub sent over the authorization code to NextAuth. NextAuth exchanged that code for the access token. GitHub returned that access token, and then NextAuth requested user data. GitHub returned it, and that was enough for us to create a session. Once the session was created, we were redirected to the homepage. And this is how the entire auth flow works from scratch using Next, NextAuth, and a third-party OAuth provider, in this case GitHub, but it's more or less the same for Google, Facebook, or any other. If you'd like me to do more of these graphs and deeper explanations in future videos, let me know in the comments down below and I'll make sure to include it. Every website also has its unique theme. And if you compare the font family of our links, you'll notice that it's different from the logo. And it'll become even more apparent once we continue building out our homepage. Here we have a really bold font, so let's ensure that our entire app actually uses it. For that, we'll have to set up our Tailwind config. So if you go to the description down below, click the GitHub repo, and then go to snippets, right here you'll see our Tailwind config. And this time, I'll make sure to explain it thoroughly. So let's copy it. Let's go to our File Explorer, open up our Tailwind config.ts, and override what we have in there. Here is how the theming in Tailwind CSS works. You extend the theme to provide some specific variables that you can use later on in the code. So for example, when you're saying XS, max width, something, then you're referring to 475 pixels to apply this property. Or with colors, it's even simpler. Instead of every time saying text dash and then providing a special property like this, FFE8F0, and then closing it, every time you can just simply say text-100. Basically, you're providing your own custom colors, which you can more easily reuse across the entire project. And where are you going to get these colors from? Well, if you go to the Figma design and you show the UI, you can select a specific element, and then right here under properties, you can see the padding, the width, and everything. And for elements that have a background or a font, you can also see background colors. So if you go right here to our hero section, you can see EE2B69, and right here, that is the default color of our application. So what we're gonna do is just take these colors and put them right here with proper naming. Different versions of blacks, the primary, secondary, the white, and then we're also adding a font family of font work sans. I hope that makes sense, and if you'd like me to do a detailed video on setting up a Tailwind config, just let me know. With that in mind, we get one more error in our application saying that we haven't installed Tailwind CSS Animate. It is a great plugin for Tailwind CSS, allowing you to further animate your styles. So in this case, I'll simply run npm install Tailwind CSS Animate to add it to our package.json. Alongside Tailwind CSS Animate, we also have Tailwind CSS Typography, which will allow us to further play with fonts. So just run npm install add Tailwind CSS Typography as well. If you reload, we're good to go. Now let's go over to our primary layout. It is this one right here directly within the app. We'll use this one to set up the right fonts. You could of course use Google Fonts to set this up, but it is actually preferable to have them hosted locally. So I provided all the fonts and assets for this project right here within the assets directory. So just open it up, press download, open up the assets and unzip them, and then simply drag and drop them to the root of your directory. In the assets, we currently have a new favicon, so let's simply pull it into the app, which is going to replace the old one. There we go, this is the new one, kind of like a light bulb idea for our startup. Next, in the assets folder, we also have the fonts, so let's delete the current font folder and drag and drop the new one into the app. And finally, we have the public, which is outside of the app, this one right here below the node modules. So delete it and drag and drop the one from the assets outside of the assets into the root, not into the app. Remember, the public folder has to be outside of the app. Now, for the time being, this will break our application because we have added new fonts. So let's delete the existing ones and say const work sans, which is the font family, is equal to local font, pass an options object with a source equal to, and now we have to point to different font styles of that font. Here we're using the new Next.js functionality where we can define local fonts directly within our application. Each one will have a path of /fonts /work sans -black.ttf. So we're simply pointing to the path of that specific font. This one is black, so it'll have a weight of 900 and a style equal to normal. Now we'll have to duplicate this a few times. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe even, because we'll want to have all different weights of that font. So we'll have something like 800, which is going to be work sans -extra bold. Then we're going to have 700, which is going to be bold. Then we'll have something like 600, which is going to be semi-bold. Then we have 500, which is going to be medium. We have 400, which is regular. Then we have 200, which is thin. And I'll duplicate it one final time. This time it'll be extra light, and it'll be 100. Finally, we need to provide a variable name right here below this array by saying variable to define which class will set this font up. It'll be font-work sans. Great, and you can see that it's still complaining here because we're using the previous sans font. Instead of this right here, we'll render work sans dot variable. There we go. And you can see our font family immediately changed for all elements within our navbar. Another thing we can do in this layout, as you've learned at the start of this course, is that you can change the title. In this case, let's call it YC directory. And we can also provide some kind of a description like pitch, vote, and grow. If I save this, you can see that our favicon as well as the title have changed immediately. That's great. You've just set up the primary layout of our application to allow for Tailwind CSS theming, as well as you have learned how to use local fonts, allowing you not to depend on external services like Google Fonts. You have added your own fonts within your application, which will always be here no matter what. Great job. Now we can move to an exciting part that'll turn this black screen into something much more engaging. So let's focus on the hero section next. To get started with our homepage, you can go into the root route group and dive into the page.tsx. This is where our home is. Now, remember when we were talking about theming not that long ago? Well, in this case, we'll extend our theming even further. If you take a look at the design, you'll notice that there are some shared styles that we can reuse, such as the heading right here. You can notice that this picture startup connect with entrepreneurs is also shared here. And here. Same thing for this yellow thing at the top, the styles for this description. So instead of declaring the styles every single time, we can create a utility class called heading or subheading, and then we can reuse it further. Let me show you how to do that. I'll head over to globals.css, and here we're importing Tailwind, which is great. But what Tailwind CSS also allows you to do is to add something known as add layer and then utilities. These are called utility classes. And if you say something like dot heading right here, you can use a property of apply, meaning once you use this class, which Tailwind CSS classes will be applied? Well, let's think about it. For example, you'll apply a property of uppercase right here because all of the text is uppercased. So let's do uppercase. Also, let's do BG black because it'll have a black background. Padding X of 6 to provide some spacing on the left and right, and padding Y of 3 to provide spacing on top and bottom. Usually, it was easier to get these styles from the Figma design, but nowadays, Figma wants you to pay for the dev mode. If you had it, you would be able to extract some more additional CSS properties from it, but don't think that you would immediately get everything and then paste it here. Typically, many things in the design are hard-coded. Like for example, this padding values. You're not gonna put these exact values because we have to ensure it works across all devices. So it's good to sometimes try to figure it out on your own and then convert those styles from Figma to here. We'll change the font to Fontwork Sans. We'll change the font to extra bold. We'll make the text white because we have a dark background here. Let's also set on small devices the text size to 54 pixels. On small devices, we can also set the leading, which is the space in between the characters, to 64 pixels. Typically, the text can be set to 36 pixels. Oh, it's jumping out of my screen right here because it's so long. There we go. The text will be set to 36 pixels. Typically, the leading will be set to 46 pixels if we're on regular devices. Max W will be set to 5XL. Text will be centered. And margin Y will be set to 5. That's a lot of classes for one single heading, but it's much better to have them here in the utilities rather than to have all of those things copied and then we can paste them right here for this heading. I mean, just look at this, right? It will be too much. And if we go back, sure, we have a nice looking heading. But even the fact that here we have all the styles is not a problem. That's how Tailwind CSS is designed. What is a problem is that back right here on our create, we'll have to copy and paste all of those styles. And then imagine if one thing changes. Not good, right? Same thing here. So for that reason, we create a utility class, give it a name, and now when you want to reuse that same thing, you just say heading, okay? So now if we go back, before it works, we actually have to import the font right here in the global. And we do get a slight error here, but it just looks like I forgot to add a dash right here in the Fontwork Sans. So if I add it, we're good. You can see the home right here, and our code right here is looking incredibly clean. Now you can head to the README file of this video and copy the globals.css from there and override everything we have here. If you do that, you'll notice that we're adding a few more of these utility classes to make the styling of our app a bit easier. But at any point in time, you can just refer to the globals.css and see exactly what CSS are we applying. As you can see, the heading we just wrote is right here among the tag, the pin container, the subheading, and more. I hope this makes sense. Now, alongside improving our theming with the globals.css to make our Tailwind CSS classes more reusable, it's also the perfect time to install ShadCN to be able to reuse some of the components that'll help us make the UI of our application. So go to ui.shadcn.com and search for the CLI. They just released it. It is completely new, and it's something I want to teach you in this course as well. The ShadCN CLI provides an init command allowing you to configure and add dependencies for your project. So let's do it together. We can copy this command and add it to our terminal. npx shadcn add latest init. It's going to ask us a couple of questions. You can choose the style of New York. In this case, let's go with Slate. And for CSS variables, you can choose either yes or no. And this will update our Tailwind config and our global CSS. So let's check them out by going to globals. Looking at the globals, it remains very similar, but they have modified the one that we have copied. So it's better to stay on the safe side and copy and paste it one more time from the README that I provided to you. And the same things goes for the Tailwind config because they modified that as well. So if you just override both of these two new files and go back to localhost 3000, everything should look great. And we are ready to start coding the header of our application. First, I'll create a new section. It's an HTML5 section component, and I'll give it a class name equal to pink_container. And this will provide this container right here. And within it, I'll put this h1 with a property of heading. Instead of simply saying home, it can say something like pitch your startup. Then we can add a break tag, and right below we can say connect with entrepreneurs. Okay, this is looking great. And below this h1, we can also create a p tag that'll have a class name equal to subheading and exclamation mark max-w-3xl. We use exclamation mark when we want to override some other styles previously provided to this element. And here we can say submit ideas, vote on pitches, and get noticed in virtual competitions. There we go. Sounds exciting. If you make your screen a bit smaller, like this, or if you make it even larger, you'll notice those lines appear right here. And those lines form a very important part of our visual design. So where are they coming from? Well, we can further inspect the pink container class, which is right in the globals. And here we apply a pattern class name to it. Let's explore that pattern further. It is right here below, and you can see that we're applying a background image where it's just a single line being repeated. Now we can collapse it even further. Let's go somewhere on the mobile view right here. And this is already looking great. And what do we have to do below our p tag? Well, let's refer to the design. It'll be the input field. And while we could create it right here, it's better to create a new component for it. Because while the homepage is server-side rendered, the search input will have to have some client functionality, right? To manage keyboard presses and button clicks. At least that's what we expected so far, right? So let's see if that's still true with the latest versions of React and Next.js. Is there maybe a way to allow us to keep this component as a server-rendered component? Well, let's give that a shot in the next chapter. Let's create a new component in the components folder, which I'll call searchform.tsx. Run rafce right inside of it to create a simple functional component, and then import it right here below this p tag. That's gonna look something like this. search form. There we go. My IDE auto imports it for me, coming from add/app/components/search form. And right here in the hero section, you can see the search form appear right here, which means we are ready to dive into it and start implementing it. But let's get to the elephant in the room. If this is going to be a form, and it surely will, can we still ensure that this is rendered on the server side and not client side? Up to this point, that would have been impossible. But with React 19 forms and the way that Next.js is extending them even further, the new form element now provides prefetching and UI loading, client-side navigation on submission, and progressive enhancements. In simple terms, Next.js now supports a new form component which is used to automatically update URL search parameters and reduce the boilerplate code needed to achieve anything. The basic usage looks something like this. So let's implement it together. First, I'll wrap everything in a form coming from Next.js. That form will have an action equal to /, and it also has a scroll property, which we can set to false. We don't want to scroll anywhere once we submit it. And we can also give it a class name equal to search form. There we go. Quite a simple form, right? Within it, we will render just a regular HTML input with a name equal to query, the default value equal to an empty string for now, a class name equal to search-input, and a placeholder equal to search startups. There we go. That looks great. Finally, if the user has typed something into it, then we can provide a button to reset the form. So let's create a div with a class name equal to flex and a gap of 2. And now we'll want to implement this button right here. But before the button, if we type something and search for it, we want to also implement this X right here so we can clear our search. So later on, we'll have some kind of a query right here. So let's define a fake query, and let's say that it's equal to something like test. We can use this query as a default query here as well. That's going to look something like this. And now, if we have an active query, then we want to render some kind of a button that would allow us to reset it. So for now, this can be a regular button of a type equal to reset. And on click, it'll call the reset function. So we can declare it right here above. Const reset is equal to a functional component where we first have to get access to the form by saying form is equal to document.querySelector. We're going to search it by a .search-form. And since we're in TypeScript, we have to define the type as HTML form element, like this. And if a form exists, then we're going to simply run form.reset, which will reset the form on that button click. But here's an issue. Even though the form itself will be a server-side component, the button and the on-click we're calling here is still client-side. So we have to extract it into a new component. That's going to be pretty simple. We can create a new component called search-form-reset.tsx, run rafce within it. Then we can take this button and place it right here. And we can also take this reset form and we can place it right here within this component. Now going back, instead of this button, we can simply render the component that we just created, search form reset, as a self-closing component. And now if we go into that component for the first time in this video, we can use client directive to turn only this small part of the UI into a client component, but the rest will still be server-side rendered. This button will render a link right within it coming from next link. It'll have an href of / and a class name equal to search-btn. And within it, we can just render an X character. We can also give it a text-white so we can see that X. There we go. This is looking good. Now, right below it, we'll render another button, and this one will have a type is equal to submit the form with a class name of search-btn, and it can say something like S for search. Of course, later on, we'll turn this into an actual icon, but for now, we can give it S and then text-white so we can know that we can clear the search as well as actually search for something. So how does this work? Right now, we're not really submitting anything or clearing anything because the query is always set to test. But let me show you how easy it is to now make this into a fully functional URL modifying server rendered form. For a moment, we'll go back to this page, and there we'll try to access the query from the search parameters. So you know how I taught you that right here through props on every single Next.js page, you have access to search params. We have to define the type of search params as well. So we can say search params will be equal of a type promise, which then results in a query, which is going to be of a type string. Then we can extract that query by saying const query is equal to, we can wrap it in parentheses, say await search params.query. And if we provide await there, we have to turn this function into async. And now that we have the query, we can simply pass it into the search form as a prop. So let's say query is equal to query. Back in the search form, we can now accept this query as a prop, query, and it'll be query optional of a type string. And now we can remove this fake query, reload our application, clear this test, and you can see that now if we search for something, like let's say startup for robots, have you seen Elon Musk's latest We Robot event? That was pretty crazy. So let's search for We Robot and press enter. Check this out. It worked immediately, even though you might not know that it's doing something, but it's actually modifying the query in the URL. Saying We Robot, it's automatically doing all the parsing, such as adding a plus instead of a space. And it is as easy as that. I can now actually clear it, which clears it from the URL, and it works perfectly. You can continue modifying it, and it's just flawless. It's super simple, yet super effective, because it is a robust server-side rendered form, which just works. It's connected through Next.js's search params, query, and yeah, that's it. To be honest, I'm pretty amazed at how simple it is to implement forms. Typically, it is much more complicated. Now, to finish it off, let's actually add icons. Here, instead of an S, we can use a search icon coming from chat.cn, or if I'm going to be more precise, it's coming from Lucid React, which is a dependency of chat.cn, which provides all sorts of great icons. So we can give it a class name equal to size of 5. There we go. That's much better. And we can do the same thing within the search form right here, where we can turn this into an X icon with a class name, which is equal to size of 5. And there we go. This is now looking great. While we're on the topic of chat.cn, we installed it, but we haven't really used it up to this point. So let's say that we want to turn these buttons into chat.cn buttons. How would we do that? Well, head over to the terminal and run npx chat.cn add latest, add, and then you type the name of the component you want to add, such as a button. The code for that button will automatically be installed and added to your codebase. That's the benefit of using chat.cn over some other component libraries like Material UI, because they actually provide you with the full code for this button. And it's completely yours. You own it, and you can change any properties, even though in most cases it's not necessary, because you can style it further by simply providing additional Tailwind CSS classes. Now that chat.cn created this new components folder, I noticed that we have our own right here in the app. And that's actually not a recommended practice, so I'm really glad that this has happened. Typically, in Next.js, I would recommend keeping within the app only the things that Next.js specifically needs there, such as the routes or API folders or fonts or favicons or layouts. But components are additional pieces of UI that you can put outside of it. So for now, let's simply take these 3 components and move them over to the components folder that is outside of the app folder. And let's delete this components folder. Now, the chat.cn components will be within the UI, and our own components will be just within the components folder. And we might need to modify some paths to make this work. So let's head over to root and then layout.tsx, and let's fix the import for this navbar by removing the app folder. And same thing in the page, remove the app folder from the import. And one more time in the search form, remove the app from search form reset. And we are good. Great. In this chapter, you learned how you can use the latest and greatest of React and Next.js's new form to handle it all on the server side with less boilerplate code. In the next chapter, let's focus on what comes after the hero section, which is a list of all the startups. Of course, to create all, we only need to create one proper reusable startup card, and the rest will simply follow. So let's do that next. Right below the ping container or the hero section, I'll create another section which will wrap all of our startups or startup cards. I'll give it a class name equal to section_container. And there, I'll render a new p tag with a class name equal to text-30 semi-bold. And if a query exists, then I'll render something like search results for, and let's make this a template string so we can modify it, query. Pretty simple, right? Search results for the following query. But if a query doesn't exist, we'll simply say something along the lines of all startups. Great. Let's save it. And you can see all startups. But if I search for something like programming keyboards, you can see search results for programming keyboards. Pretty straightforward, right? Now let's go down and let's create a UL, an unordered list with a class name equal to margin top of 7 and card_grid. Now this card_grid is a very interesting utility class, so let's explore it further. I typically select it and then press Command-Shift-F, which opens up the global search in this IDE, and then you can just automatically find it within the globals. Or you can just copy it, go to global CSS, and search for card grid. Perfect. Now this card grid right here applies a 3-column grid on medium devices and a 2-column grid on regular devices. Basically, for devices of about 768 pixels or about 800 pixels and larger, it'll show 3 columns, and for smaller devices, it'll show 2. And then a gap of 5 applies about 20 pixels of space in between the elements. Now within there, we can map over our posts. Later on, of course, we'll fetch those posts directly from Sanity. But for the time being, I can create a new array, const posts, which is equal to an array where we have some objects. And let's say that each object contains an underscore created at property. Here we can say something like yesterday. It can also contain the number of views that the post has. So let's do something like 55. We'll need to have an author of the post, and that author will be an object because it will contain more information, such as the ID of the author, and that can be an underscore ID. We also need the underscore ID of the post itself, so we can set that to something like 1 as well. Of course, what would a post be without a description? So we can say this is a description, and we can also render an image. So for the time being, we need to find a live URL of an image. Oops, it looks like while I was searching for that live image, the recording actually stopped. So you can find any image online, put the link here, and then after that, add the category. In this case, I typed robots, and then also add the title. I said we robots right here. Once you do that, you can head over to the UL that you created before, and we'll need to map over the posts by saying posts?.length is greater than 0, and if it is greater, then we can map over the posts where we get each post of a type startup card type and an index, and for each one, we can render a new component called startup card. So now let's create this startup card component by going to the components folder and creating a new file called startup card.tsx. You know the drill, run rafce, and then go ahead here and just import it automatically, and this will fix the issue. You should be able to see one startup card appear because we only have one post in our fake posts array. To this startup card, we can pass the key because we're mapping over things such as index, but typically passing an index as a key is not the best practice. So what I would recommend is just getting the post and then underscore ID as the ID, because that's going to be always unique. And we can pass the entire post itself. Great. Now we have to go into the startup card to accept those props and to render them nicely on the screen. So let's get access to the post, and that is of a type. Post is a startup type card. We'll add this one later on once we implement Sanity, because one of Sanity's great features is automatic type checking for the documents in our collections. For now, this shouldn't break our application. So let's turn this div into an LI because we are now within an unordered list. And each LI will have a class name equal to startup-card and group. There we go. That'll immediately provide some nice borders. Within it, we can create a div with a class name is equal to flex between. Within it, we can render a p tag that'll have a class name equal to startup underscore card underscore date. And within there, we can render the post dot created at property, or underscore created at is how we defined it. And now we can see that it was created yesterday. What do you say that we immediately turn this into a real date property? For now, we're just passing yesterday, but what if we used a new date like this, which will actually generate a date JavaScript object, which is how we want to do it. If you pass a new date, we won't be able to render it just like string. We'll have to somehow turn it into a meaningful date string. So let's head over to the utils file. This is typically where you want to add functions that do those sorts of things. So let's say export function format date, which accepts a date of a type string. And then it returns a new date of that date that we pass in, but we call dot to locale date string in the locale of enus, and we can pass the month as the option to be set to long, a day to be numeric, and a year to be numeric as well. Now, if we save that, we can wrap this post.created@, into format date coming from libutils and just pass it in. If you do that, now we can see October 13th, 2024. Looking great. Right below this p tag, we can create a div with a class name equal to flex and a gap of 1.5. Within it, we can create an eye icon, which will tell us how many views we have. So let's give it a class name equal to size of 6 and text-primary. And below it, let's render a span that'll render post.views. If I save it, we can see 55 views. We can also give the span a class name equal to text-16-medium. Going 2 divs down, let's create the second part of the card by giving it a class name equal to flex-between, margin top of 5, and a gap of 5. Within it, we can have another div with a class name of flex-1. And within it, we can have a link element coming from next link. This link element will just wrap the author's name. So we can point its href to /user/post.author?_id. And within it, we can render a p tag with a class name equal to text16-medium and line-clamp-1, which will ensure that this username stays on one line. And within it, we can render the post.author?name. If I save this, we should be able to see something here, but there's nothing appearing. So if I go here, oh, I forgot to pass a name to our imaginary author. Let me use Adrian in this case. There we go. I forgot, what kind of startup is it? Oh, it's about Elon Musk's new humanoid robots. Okay, looks like I'll be working with him on that. Now, you can see that we're often repeating post.views, post.author, post.author.something. Well, it'd be easier to just destructure the properties coming out of that post. You can do that right here. Const destructure is equal to post, and then you can take things out of it, such as underscore created at, or views, or author. And then from the author, you can further take out the ID and the name. What else do we have? We have a post title, we have a category, the post ID, the post image. You get the idea, right? We can later on destructure some additional properties if needed. Oh, here's an interesting gotcha with destructuring. If you're destructuring a subproperty from another property, and in the same line you're destructuring another property with the same name, you need to rename one of those. So let's actually rename the author ID, the underscore ID belonging to the author, to author ID, like this. There we go. And now instead of saying post.createdAt, you can just say underscore createdAt, views. Here you can just say author ID. And right here, you can also say name. Much simpler, right? Same code, but makes more sense. Below this link, we'll use another link. And this one will have a bit of a different href. This href will point to /startup/post._id, or just _id. And here we can render an h3 with a class name equal to text-26- and line-clamp-1, and it'll actually render just the title right here. Great. Oh, make sure to properly close the link. There we go, we are good. And you can already notice that we're using two links, one next to another, and we'll use many more links going forward. So why are we using different links for the same card? Well, that's because each one of these links will lead to another place. If you click the person's name, well, that goes to the profile page. If you click on the title, that goes right here to the startup details page. Click on the image, project details. Click on the user avatar, well, that's gonna go to the profile details. You get the idea, right? And since we cannot have children linked elements, meaning one below another, such as if we had the entire card wrapped as a link pointing to project details, and then have these children elements pointing to the profile, I decided to create more adjacent links pointing to different routes in our application. Now let's go below this link and below the div, and let's create another link. This one will point to the user once again. So let me copy the href from the user. Within it, we'll show the avatar image. So let's render a Next.js image tag with a source of https://placehold.co/600 by 400. And we'll give it an alt tag of placeholder with a width of about 48, height of about 48. And since this is the avatar image, I'll also give it a class name equal to rounded-full. Now, if we close it and go back, you'll see that Next.js will prevent us from rendering this image because it doesn't know whether we trust this placehold.co source. But we do. We just have to let it know within the next config. So let's head over to next.config.ts and let's add images, remote patterns, which is an array, within which we have an object of protocol of HTTPS and a host name. In this case, we'll leave it as asterisk to allow for images from all sources. There we go. Now, if you reload, you should be able to see a placeholder right here, but it doesn't seem to be appearing. And if you open up the terminal, you can see why. The requested resource has type of SVG XML, but dangerously allow SVG is disabled. So what you can do is copy this dangerously allow SVG, head over to next config, go within images, and then add dangerously allow SVG set to true. And then if you reload, you should be able to see the image appear right here. I think even setting it to 4848 would make more sense in this case. There we go, perfect. Now later on, we will remove this dangerously allow SVG. We're only adding it right now for our placeholder images. But keep in mind, later on, these will be coming from different sources and they won't be in SVG. But it's good to know that Next.js is actually protecting us from things like this. Now let's go below this link and below the div, and let's create another link. This will be the container for startup details. So let's copy the href pointing to the startup details. And within it, let's create a new p tag with a class name equal to startup-card underscore description, or DESC for short, and we can just render the description in there. Make sure that we have destructured it right here at the top. Looks like we haven't. There we go. So now we have, this is a description. Right below this p tag, we can add an image. And sure, you could use the Next.js's image component, but in this case, I want to tell you that you don't have to. Next.js is very generous with its free plan. But if you have a lot of images, you can use up some of those optimization calls. But you don't have to. If you just use a regular HTML image, pass it some kind of a source like image, an alt tag of placeholder, and a class name of startup-card underscore img, you can show a nice looking image right here as well, without spending additional optimizations. For now, I'll leave it like this. Now let's go below this link and let's create the footer of the card by creating a div with a class name equal to flex-between, gap of 3, and a margin top of 5. Within it, we can create a link. This link will have an href equal to a dynamic template string of / query, so it'll actually update the query based on the category of our post. And we have to set it to lowercase. Within the p tag, we can simply say class name of text16 medium, and we can render our category. Below this link, we can render a shadcn button with a class name equal to startup-card underscore btn as child, because we have a link within it. So we wanted to take the form of a link. And here we'll point to the startup details one more time. So we can say /startup /_ID. And we can say details right here. There we go. So now we have a nice looking card with the info about the user pointing to user page and additional info about the startup pointing to the startup details page. Great job. So far, this is looking amazing. And if I go full screen, it is looking even better. You have implemented the navigation bar that allows you to log in or log out. We have a search, which is technically working because it actually modifies the URL query based on what you type. And finally, you have developed a card UI, which we'll reuse for all of our startups. But right now with one limitation, which is that we have fake data for it. Right now, we have no way to add new startups to our application. So that's exactly what we'll do next. I'll teach you how to use and implement Sanity. Let me tell you a bit about why we'll be using Sanity for this video. Sanity is not just a CMS, the one that you hand over to your clients and let them manage data. In Sanity's case, you can truly leverage their APIs to build a whole operating system around the content. You'll have the studio that'll mirror the content workspace of your application that you can hand over to your clients so they can manage it as well. And that studio is built on top of powerful APIs that allow you to completely customize the way that you create and manage content. And finally, they actually store it for you. Don't think of this as some kind of low-code, no-code tool. It's far more than that. Some of the biggest companies in the world, such as Puma, Tata Digital, or even Morning Brew, use them for managing their content. You can also use them for many different use cases, such as marketing, media, e-commerce, and more. It's built for enterprise, so many Fortune 500 companies use it. So if you're saying something like, oh, but are companies actually using Sanity? The answer is yes, and you can be the one that's going to implement them within their team to make them recognize the power and speed and efficiency that it allows them to manage their content in. And the best thing, they're very neatly integrated with Next.js. Everything works seamlessly, everything from development to deployment to Vercel. So merge changes instantly go live on the global edge network. There's the SSL encryption, asset compression, cache invalidation, a lot of things that together Sanity and Vercel do very well. And then the thing that we just have to discuss, the pricing. Sanity's pricing is incredibly generous. If you're just experimenting, or even if you want to ship smaller projects, it is completely free forever. You can even add 20 users, 2 datasets, and you also get all other features such as unlimited content types, locales, hosted real-time content database, and more. Those are the reasons why I chose to use Sanity for this project. Now you can click the special link down in the description to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. Once you do that, click Start Building and create an account. Enter your project name. You can make it start with something like JSM and then YC directory. Or in your case, it can be JSM and then you can enter some other name of the project. We'll start from scratch with the CLI. So click Create Project and there we go. Now we can initialize our project with the CLI. So let's copy this command, go back to the code and paste it right here. It'll ask you whether you want to install Create Sanity, the CLI. So just say yes. And it's going to ask you to log in. So you can choose the login type that you used initially. I'll go with Google. And you'll be authenticated. Once that is done, you'll be asked whether you want to add configuration files for the Sanity project in the Next.js folder. Press Y, yes. Do you want to use TypeScript? That's going to be a big yes as well. Do you want to use embedded Sanity Studio? That's going to be a yes. What route do you want to be studio in? By default, it's /studio, so that's okay with us. In this case, we'll go with a clean project, no template. We'll do everything from scratch. And would you like to add the project ID and dataset to your .env.local? Let's say yes. And there we go. Our dependencies are getting installed. And soon enough, we'll be able to explore Sanity Studio in more detail. There we go. Sanity configuration files have been added successfully. And next, we'll have to install the latest version of Sanity to use the live API feature they offer. So I'll type npm install next sanity at canary and press enter. Now let's explore the files that have been created for us. If you head over right here, you'll see sanity CLI.ts. It automatically added environment variables for us. And we also have our config pointing to the base path of the studio. So we should be able to explore this route. Let's give it a shot. Back in the browser, I'll head over to localhost 3000 /studio and press enter. But if you visit this page, it'll probably cause an issue and show this error, could not parse module. This happens because Sanity Studio doesn't work with Turbo yet. So let's head over to the package.json and under scripts where we have a dev script, we'll remove the --turbo for now. Now, if you stop your application from running and rerun it by running npm run dev, if you go back and reload, you can now sign into Sanity Studio with the same email and password that you used initially. And here we are, we're successfully authenticated. You'll be able to visit the studio, but you won't be able to see anything there as we chose a clean project without any schemas when setting up the project. So before we can start adding some content right here, which is going to be super easy and intuitive, we can go back to the code and explore the new files that have been created for us. Let's start with sanity CLI.ts. This is a config file, so we can use Sanity operations via the Sanity CLI, such as the project ID, dataset, and more. Below that, we have a Sanity config. This is a simple configuration file used for Sanity Studio, where we set the base path and connect it to a specific project ID, dataset, schema, and add specific plugins. Next, we have some more important files, and those are going to be within the Sanity folder. Specifically, we're going to look into the Sanity lib and then client.ts. This is the Sanity read client for fetching data through queries. If you set the use CDN part to false, this will make sure to cache whatever content you request for 60 seconds. After 60 seconds, you'll get a newer version of the data. But in between, the content will be delivered from the Sanity CDN network. If you remember, this is the ISR data fetching strategy. Next, we have a libimage.ts, and this is simply an image URL builder for images uploaded on Sanity Studio so we can use on the front-end side. We won't need it as we'll use a Markdown plugin instead, so we can remove it from here. Next, we have Sanity schema types, right now with empty types. Later on, we'll create our own Sanity schemas and export them so that our entire application knows what kind of fields will each startup or each document will have. We have our envs where we list which kind of envs we need for our application. And finally, there's the structure where you can decide how do you arrange your schemas. Do you want to group them? add specific schemas on top or others at the bottom, you do it here. And finally, you're asking how does the Sanity Studio gets rendered within our app? Well, they have added a studio page right here where they show their studio. As simple as that. So in this chapter, we have successfully set up Sanity. I also told you a bit about why I think it's super useful and the reasons why we're using it. And we also went through all the files that it auto-generated for us to make the setup easier. Now, in the next chapter, we'll focus on creating your own Sanity schemas so we can structure the types of the documents in our database. Let's do that next. Now that you know everything about Sanity, how to set it up, and which files it generates, let's use it to create our own database structure. Whenever you're starting to work on any backend or any kind of database structure specifically, first think about what do you need. In our example, we need to store startups submitted by a user. Of course, that includes the user information that submitted those startups in the first place, and then we need to group those startups into some kind of playlists so we can show them as editor picks or startup of the month, day, honors, and so on. So in simple words, this is how our database structure will look like. We'll have a startup, and each startup will have a title, a slug, which is kind of a unique name or identifier for that startup, the author that created it. So let's quickly talk about that. The author will be authenticated through GitHub, so we'll automatically get its ID, name, username, email, image, and bio. Each startup also has to have views, descriptions, category, image, and then the pitch itself, which is going to be in Markdown format. And once we have the actual startup, then we can have different playlists in which we can categorize those startups and then retrieve them. I'll either put the link to this entire flow somewhere in the GitHub README of this project or images pointing to these different documents. Either way, creating these additional documents that would further explain the application to you is something new that I'm trying out. So if you like that, please let me know down in the comments. But with that said, let's explore this second graph that in even more detail explains how the app will work. This is our app, which will then hook up to NextAuth to authenticate our users and create a session. If a session does not exist, we'll head over to GitHub OAuth, authenticate the user, get the user information, and then create the session for that user. If a user exists, then we'll make a call to Sanity to find that user as an author. If that user is not an author yet, if they don't exist, we'll create a new author. But if the author exists, then we'll return that author, and then they'll be able to create different startups. I hope this makes sense. So let's get started by doing exactly that. Let's create a schema for our author. I'll head back over to Sanity, schema types, and I'll create a new file right here, which is going to be called author.ts. Pretty straightforward, right? You would define the author here as you would in, let's say, Mongoose. You say export const author is equal to define type. And this is coming from Sanity. And then you pass in an object with a schema definition, where you can pass the name equal to author. You can pass the title, which is going to be the capitalized version of that. Then you can pass the type of this, which will be a document. Finally, you can use an icon for this document, which is going to be a user icon, and we'll import this from Sanity icons. And then you define the fields that each author will have, which is going to be an array of fields where each field will be a define field call, inside of which you pass a schema field definition, such as name of the field is going to be an ID, and then the type of the ID will be number. And we can now duplicate this a few times to create all of the other necessary fields. So let me do just that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that should be enough. The second field will be name. Each author has to have a name of a type string. Then we'll have a username as well, which we'll pick from GitHub. That'll be of a type string. We also need an email of a type string. We're going to have an image, which is going to be their avatar image of a type URL. And finally, we'll have their bio, which is going to be of a type text. We get all of this from GitHub OAuth. Finally, we can go outside of this array of fields and say preview, select, title, name. So this will allow us to select those authors by name and preview them. Great. Believe it or not, this is our author type. We're already exporting it, so the only thing we have to do now is to use it. We can first use it within the index.js within the schema types. And here we can use it by simply saying author within this array and then importing it from the schema types, author. Next, we need to structure this schema in structure.ts. So let's head over to structure.ts, and here we can list different things that Sanity provides. So as that list, we list them by content, and then we can define the items here. Instead of just having one items and then a single S document type list item, I'll copy this part right here and open up an array of items where the first one will be a document type list items of a name, author, with a title of authors. And it looks like I have an extra S right here. It's list item. And there we go. Now we're good. While we're at it, why don't we go ahead and create a startup schema as well? You now already know how to do that. You can go to schema types and create a new type, startup.ts. To quickly get us going, we can copy everything over from the author, paste it in the startup. In this case, we won't be needing the icon, so we can delete it. And we can modify the name of this type, such as startup, capital S for startup in the title, also of a type document, and now we can define all the fields. In this case, we don't need the ID because we'll have the slug. So let's say slug, type slug, and check this out. We can provide options and say source of this slug will come from title. So it'll actually be auto-generated for us by Sanity based on the title. For example, if a title is, this is a great post or a great startup, it'll simply generate something like this is a great startup, or if necessary, it'll also provide some additional unique identifier info to make sure that it's not the same as any other slug or title. Next, we can have a title, which is going to be of a type string, and let's actually put the title above right here. Next, instead of the username, we can have the author, and this author will actually be of a type reference, and then we have to give it an additional property of to, so reference to what? And it'll be a reference to a type of author. Next, we can define the number of views that each startup has, and it'll be of a type number. We can define a description for each startup, which will be of a type text. Next, we'll have to define the category of each startup. It'll be of a type string for now. There's definitely a more fitting type for this category, such as an enum or just providing a couple of options that they can pre-select from. But in this case, I'll just keep it a regular open string for the sake of simplicity. And I'll also show you how to add additional validation on it. You can open up a new arrow function here, get the rule through params, and then define the rule by saying rule.min. It's going to be minimum 1. It's going to be max 20 characters. It's going to be required. And if we don't pass it, we'll say something like, please enter a category. Let's also create 2 additional fields. So I'll copy this description one and paste it below. This one will have a name of image and type of URL. Of course, you could use Sanity to store images here. In this case, I just opted for pasting the URL of an already uploaded image just for the sake of simplicity. But after this video is done, this is definitely one of the many optimizations that you can make. And we can also add a validation for this one by defining a rule and saying that this image is required. Finally, we can duplicate define type one more time, and we can call this pitch, which will be of a type markdown. Great. Our second schema is done. We can just change the variable name to startup and then go back to index.ts and add it right here next to author. We can also go to the structure. We can create a second part of this array. I'll actually make sure to duplicate it here. And instead of authors, this time we can say startup and startups. Now let's go back to the startup for a second. And in this case, we won't need this preview by name, so we can remove that. And keep in mind that the last field is of a type markdown. Markdown field is a custom field, which uses the official markdown plugin by Sanity. So let's go ahead and install it by running npm install sanity-plugin-markdown. This is also a pretty good lesson, so I can show you how we can add additional plugins. And once it gets installed, you'll have to go to sanity.config.ts and add it right here under plugins. We can add it right here at the bottom, Markdown Schema, and import it from Sanity plugin Markdown and call it as a function. So that should look something like this. Import Markdown Schema from Sanity plugin Markdown, and then call it as a function as the second part of this plugins array. Also, for this to work, we have to go back to one of the first files we worked on, and that is app/layout.tsx, where we have to add all of the general configuration. In this case, the Markdown plugin also requires additional CSS. So right here, we can say import easymde/dist/easymde.min.css. This will make sure that our editor looks great. Now, if you go back to your Sanity Studio, which is just localhost 3000/studio, you should no longer see an empty slate. Rather, we should be able to create a few startups directly from the dashboard. Let's first create one mock author by creating a new author document. For now, we're still mocking all of this data, but very soon we'll connect to Sanity's database from our application using their API. For now, I'll say 1. The name can be Adrian. Username can be something like JS Mastery. Any email will do right now. So let's say contact@jsmastery.pro. I'll head over to Google and just copy the image address of the JavaScript Mastery logo. You can take out any other image address, paste it here. And for the bio, I'll say Next.js enthusiast, and I'll publish the author. Great. You can now see one author in the authors array. Let's also go to startups and let's create a new startup. I'll actually go to the finished version of the application, which you can find linked below, and then I'll copy some of the properties right here, such as the title. We can also get the description right here. The slug can be auto-generated based on the title. Pretty cool. Check this out. Author is the reference to all existing authors. So I can set it to Adrian. The number of views can be set to 1 or 0 by default. We have to add a category. In this case, the category can be set to something like education. And we have to add the image. So I will simply copy the image address that I already have here. And finally, you can write the entire pitch details using Markdown. So I can say something like, this is great. All of you should vote for my startup. And of course, you get all the benefit of including code blocks, images, and more right here through the typical Markdown editor that you're used to. You can also see the finished version right here. Great. With that said, I'll go ahead and click publish. It was published. I gotta say, everything is behaving super smoothly right here. And now that we have one author and one startup, the question is, how can we now see them within our application? So in the next chapter, I'll teach you how we can go from having this one fake card to fetching the real card generated by a user from Sanity Studio. And then later on in the course, we'll of course create our own create page so that our users can create new startups without necessarily going to Sanity Studio. Rather, they're gonna be able to do it straight from the app. Great. Now let's learn how we can fetch real data from the database. In order to fetch data from Sanity, we'll have to use something known as Grok queries. Grok is Sanity's open source querying language, which is powerful and intuitive, so it's easy enough to learn. You can describe exactly what information your application needs, join information from different sets of documents, stitch them together, and basically do whatever you want. You can go through a tutorial reading about how it works, but I'll teach you all of that in this video. And even better than learning, we can visualize and see exactly how this works in real time. So let's head over to /studio and then open the Vision tab. Here, you can write the query and the params and see the results in real time. Check this out. As the query, I'll just enter an asterisk, meaning give me everything related to Sanity project from members to grants, startups, authors, everything. Here you can see that the first property is our user, JS Mastery, Next.js enthusiast. Then if we go a bit down, we should be able to see our post as well. Now, if you do something like asterisk and then 0 inside of square brackets, you can just get the first property. Pretty straightforward, right? But what if you want to get all startups? Well, you would say, give me everything where the underscore type property is equal to startup. It's very similar to just writing plain old JavaScript. And there we go. We get one property where we have all the information about that startup. What's pretty cool is that it doesn't return the author information, rather it provides a reference to the author document. But now, how would we get only the information that we need? We don't necessarily need the updated add property, the rev, and so on. So how can we be a bit more specific about what do we return from a document? Well, we can say, give me everything where type is equal to startup, and we can say defined slug.current, which means it's not null. This will go within the square bracket, so we can just clean it here and put it right here at the end. I'll expand this a bit. And then we can open up a new curly brace, and within it, say exactly what we want to get back, such as the ID, title, slug, underscore created at. We can also get the author. Let's also get views, maybe the description, the category, and the image. And let's run fetch. There we go. So now we get back only the information that we actually need. But how do we also get additional information about the author of that post in this same query? Well, take a look at this. I'll first space this all out so it's easier to see. There we go. And now you can add an arrow pointing from the author, and then you can open up a new pair of curly braces. There, you can define what you want to get from the author, such as the ID, name, slug, image, and bio. If I now run the fetch, you'll see that the author will no longer be just a reference, rather we'll get all of the information about it. I don't think we have a slug for the author, so we can just leave it like this. Great. Now, of course, we won't be making calls directly from Sanity Vision right here. Rather, I want to copy this query, go back to our code, specifically to sanitylib, and create a new file called queries.ts. Here, we can say export const startups underscore query is equal to, you can say define query, which is coming from next sanity, and then as a template string, you can pass the query right in. And this will be the same as what we just wrote in the vision part of Sanity Studio. One part that also would be good to add here is after this square bracket, we can do some sorting by providing a straight line and then saying order is equal to underscore created at, and we'll set it as descending, which means that the newest one will appear on top. That's gonna look something like this. Now, how can we actually fetch this? Well, let's go back to our home. So that's gonna be page.ts in the root, this one right here. Check how we currently have this fake post right here. Well, let's make it real. I'll create a new variable, const posts is equal to await client coming from Sanity client, so you have to import it right here at the top, dot fetch. And we're gonna fetch what? The startup query, this one right here, which we can import from queries. Now I will comment out the current posts. And before we go ahead and check them out on the homepage, let's first add a console log. That's gonna be json.stringify posts. And to style our output of the console log a bit better, we can say null and 2. This will just create some additional spacing. So now if you go to the terminal and open up a new localhost window, you'll see that we get an array of all the posts, currently being just a single post with all the information that we have about it. And if you go back to localhost 3000, check this out. The card with the real data just appeared and we can see it right here. Isn't that great? That's pretty simple, right? If you want to hand this app over to your clients that can use Sanity Studio to add new posts in a nice looking UI, well, you're good to go. You can call it a day. But soon enough, we'll also implement our own create page so that other users can create additional startups directly from YC directory. Now we can remove this fake post and the console log because we have the new posts coming directly from Sanity into our app. But remember that we don't yet have a startup card type. It's going to be necessary for our startup card. Because we're using TypeScript, we need to be able to know exactly which properties does each startup have. And typically that's tedious work because you have to know the type of each one of these things. You have to be precise in defining it. You have to know whether it's optional or not. But Instead of defining types manually, Sanity's new tool generates types automatically. It generates types both for Sanity Studio schema types and Grok querying results. To leverage that tool, we need to add Sanity TypeGen. There's a great documentation page with a video from Sanity that teaches you how to generate TypeScript types. You can go through it, but in this case, you also have me, so I'll explain it to you right here and right now. First things first is we have to extract the schemas we have already created. You know, I'm talking about this ones here, startup and author. To extract those schemas, we need to run an additional command. So let me expand this and let's run npx sanity add latest schema extract -- equal dot /sanity /extract.json and press enter. As you can see, it's extracting schema and they have extracted it to extract.json. Next, we have to create a new file in the root of our application called sanity-typegen.json. And in here, we can add one configuration object. I'll actually copy this object over from Sanity Learn, and I'll make sure to include this in the README so you can copy this part as well. This configuration will scan the application for all Grok queries to create types. Additionally, it'll also use the extract.json from the previous command we ran, and it'll write a new types.ts file with our other utilities. And this generates command will create a new types.ts file. I just noticed that in here, they were using the source folder, which we're not using, so we can remove that source. Maybe it's already removed for you. If it's not, just remove it. And then run the command npx sanity add latest typegen generate and press enter. This just generated the TypeScript types for 14 schema types and 0 Grok queries for now. But later on, as we add additional queries and schemas, we'll have to rerun this command, right? Well, unless we automate it within our package.json. So let's head over to package.json, go under scripts, and add a few new scripts. We can get those scripts right here from the learn, but as I said, I'll also provide this over to you in the README down below and paste those scripts. Once again, I'll also remove the src from here as we're not using that folder, so it'll be just /sanity. Now you can just run npm run typegen. So whenever we need to get new types, you can just run this command and be good to go. Finally, let's define the type for the startup card. To do that, we can go to our startup card and create a new type. We can also export it. Export type startup type card, which is equal to, we can use the omit property here from TypeScript, which constructs a type without the properties of t, which is the first parameter we pass, except for those in type k. So what does this mean? We'll want to use the startup type right here from types.ts without the property of author for now. And then we can say and author is going to be optional and it'll be of a type author, which we also have to import from types. You can also check those author and startup types because they're all generated for you in the types.ts file. Pretty cool, right? No need to do this manually. Also, I believe we're using this in the home. There we go, startup card type. So we can just import it because we have exported it from the other file. So we can just do this. So we can just import it right here by saying import startup type card from components startup card. Oh, looks like we already have an import from the startup card. So I can just add it right here by saying comma and then get this as well. And now if we define this type, we can say post is of a type startup type card. There we go. You'll notice now that our TypeScript is complaining just a tiny bit, saying that property _ID does not exist on type author. Well, let's check it out. If I go to author, we can see that ID is here as a string, but ID is optional. So instead of destructuring these properties automatically, what we can do is just destructure the author. And then here, instead of author ID, I think we're calling that in two places. Yep, author ID. We can say author !dot _ ID. Now we're good. And here we can use the author !dot name to ensure that it will be there before we call it. Finally, it's complaining a bit about the category, saying that category is possibly undefined. So I will add a question mark right here so it doesn't break our app if we don't have it. Great. Now you know how to fetch new posts from the database. Through Sanity's Grok open source querying language, by first visualizing your queries in Sanity Studio's Vision tab, then creating them independently in our code, calling them in a single line to see all of those startups, and even doing automatic type safety using Sanity's TypeGen. Great work. In the next lesson, we'll dive a bit deeper into how Next.js caches our data and how we can further optimize it depending on the type of our application. I'll show you specifically what's the best use case for the type of the application where you want to get new posts shown immediately. So let's do that next. Do you remember when we were setting up Sanity Client and we set this use CDN to true? Well, this means that Sanity will cache content for 60 seconds and then revalidate the content after every 60 seconds. This is ISR, incremental static regeneration. This diagram shows how Next.js cache is done, but it works similarly for Sanity. First of all, we make an uncached request. We try to fetch something, setting the revalidation for 60 seconds. It first looks into the cache to see if it can find the existing data. But if it misses, then it has to go to the actual data source to get the data, and then it sets it to the cache. If less than 60 seconds have passed after the set, then making the same request to this URL will result in a cached request, which means that we will not try to fetch the new data from the source. Rather, we'll just go to our cache data and return it. But if more than 60 seconds have passed, then this data will have become stale, we'll revalidate, go back to the data source, set this new data source to cache, and then bring us back the data. But let me show you how this works in action. I'll split my window in two. On the left side, we have our existing localhost 3000 application. And on the right, we have Sanity Studio. Now, what would happen if we try to create a new startup? Let's say by maybe copying this document and then creating a new one, where we can paste everything we just copied. And of course, we have to change the slug too. So I'll add 1 to it and I'll click publish. Now, if you go back and reload, it will not appear. Not live and not even after many reloads, as you can see. Why is that happening? Well, because it's cached. And if you refer to this diagram, we made a request to fetch the first post or all the posts at that time. But when we did that fetch, we got the data containing only one post because the second one hadn't yet been created. But then even after we have created the second post, we still try to refetch the data within 60 seconds, which means that it will not go to the new data, it'll go to the cache to get it immediately. So only if we reload the page after 60 seconds, the post will have appeared. Now, to always get new data live and in real time, we'll have to go back to code and set to false to always get the new data. So why is it even set to true by default? Well, because when you're fetching from cache, and in most cases that'll be good enough, whenever you don't need real-time data, such as for blog posts, or you could even argue that for our existing application, you don't need to see the new submitted startups every minute, right? So it's much faster to get the data from a CDN or from cache. But for the purposes of this video and to show you the latest and greatest of new Next.js and even Sanity features, we'll set it to false. This way, we'll get the latest data on refresh immediately. But even that is not enough. Why get it on refresh when we can get it immediately without needing to refresh the page? For that, we'll use Sanity's Live Content API, allowing you to deliver live dynamic experiences to your users without the complexity and scalability of the challenges that typically come with building real-time functionality. To implement it within our application, we can first clear our terminal, run npmi server only. This is a package that will help us ensure that a specific module can only be used in server components. Next, we can create a new utility file within Sanity lib, and we can call it live.ts. Within here, we can import the server only package that we just installed, and we can also import define live coming from Next Sanity, as well as import the client, which is going to come from @sanity/lib/client. And then we can export const sanity fetch, as well as sanity live by making it equal to define live, to which we pass an object containing the client. We also have to quickly go to .env.local and change the Sanity version to say next public Sanity API version. And in this case, I'll set it to VX as we're using the latest features. If what you have to type in here changes, I'll let you know somewhere below this video. Now we can go back to the home page, which is the page in the root folder, and we'll just have to make one change to our Sanity fetch. Instead of saying const posts is equal to client fetch, now we'll change it a bit by saying const data, which we can rename to posts, is equal to await sanity fetch coming from sanity lib live, to which we can pass the options and then the query equal to the startup query. No longer do we need the old fetch, we can just use the new fetch. This will ensure to revalidate this page whenever new changes are made. And with that, everything is set. We can remove this unused client import, and we can go back to live for just a second to see if we have specified the import properly. Oh, I think I'm missing a / right here. There we go, that's better. But you can see that we're still not using this sanity live variable. So let's go back to the page, scroll all the way down, and below the section, let's just call a self-closing sanity live component. We can import it directly from sanity lib live. That's gonna look something like this. We can save it, and we are ready to test it out. Of course, the only way to truly test it out is to create a new startup and see whether it'll show up instantly. Now, sure, we could have first created the create startup page, and then you will be able to see the live changes, but I just couldn't wait to show this to you. So one more time, I'll split the screen with Sanity Studio, and we'll create a new startup through there. I'll go to startups, and I will copy all of the information about this document just to make the creation of the new one a bit easier. I'll paste it, and I'll rename it to something like new document and regenerate the slug. Now, the moment I press publish, we should be able to see it on the left side. Let's check it out. Publishing, published, and there it is. It appeared at the top. How cool is that? Well, it was pretty simple to implement using Sanity, and it just works. Like, it allows you to play with different Next.js rendering strategies, giving you the full flexibility of how and where you want to show your data. Now you can add new data immediately on the homepage without your users needing to reload to see the new info. And this was actually a pretty cool way to see exactly how Next.js does caching or incremental static regeneration and so on. Hopefully this diagram and this practical segment of this video where we played a bit with trying to fetch data from the cache first and then making it real time made you better understand different data fetching strategies in Next.js. Now that we have some posts on the homepage, it is only natural to implement the search as well. If I go ahead and search for Adrian or even just JSM right here, you'll notice that right now it's not really working. It's saying search results for JSM, but it's showing us this one even though it doesn't contain JSM in the title. So let's make the search work. As you can notice, when you type something in, it actually modifies the query in the URL. So first we need to retrieve that query within our application and then further filter the fetch that we're trying to make. We can do that at the top of the page.tsx using the search params. We have already extracted the query right here. So what we can do now is make more sense of it by creating a new variable called params, which is equal to an object that says search is equal to query or null if it doesn't exist. And now we can pass those params as the second key and value pair to our options object into Sanity Fetch. So let's go into the startups query and modify the query in a way that if there is a search, it'll return the matching search. Otherwise, it should return all results in a descending order. So I'll add an additional and sign right here. And we'll check if there is no defined $search, we are referring to the search parameter right here. If it's undefined, or if category match the search, so we're not only going to search by title, but rather we're going to search by category too, or if author arrow name matches the search as well. Sometimes some people might want to search by the author name. So essentially what this part is doing here is checking whether a search exists, or if search matches the category, or if search matches the author name. And of course I missed the most important part, which is or title match search. We're going to search by the startup title. So this will simply filter the documents where the title, category, or author name matches the search string using the match operator. Now, if we save this, go back, and you can see we didn't even have to reload. Search results for JSM actually show us the two matching JSM results, whereas the new document is not included. If I search for Adrian, who is the author of all three documents, we still get all three. And if I search for new, I think you can assume what's going to happen. We only get one new document. How simple was that? Everything works so seamlessly and super fast. And don't forget that we also have this clear button, which will clear the search term. Now, another cool feature we can do is also filter by category. So if I click on a specific category right here, it'll automatically set the query and the search term to that category. If I quickly head over to Studio and change one of these documents categories to something like travel and click publish, back here, immediately it's no longer showing for travel, but you can see that it changed and I can only filter by travel as well. Everything works so seamlessly. Now that that is done, just before we go ahead and create the form through which we can create startups from within the application, I want to make sure to see the details page of each one of these startups. That's the page that shows up when you click details right here. Right now, it's just a blank 404. So let's turn that 404 into a beautiful startup details page, just like this. To get started with the details page, let's open up our File Explorer and let's create a new page within App, Root. I'll create a new folder within the root called Startup. And within Startup, we'll create another folder. This will be a dynamic route. So I'll give it a name of square brackets ID. And within that folder, I'll create a new page.tsx. Now, if you're doing this for the first time, this might seem like a lot of folders, but trust me, it'll all start making sense very, very soon. The reason why we're doing this is to expose our page on the URL /startup/2 or 3, or whatever the ID of that startup is, so we can show a new dynamic startup details page for each different startup. Within this page, let's run RAFCE to create a quick page. And there we go. It immediately appears under this URL. So now if you go back home and if you click on any one of these, you can see that it automatically renavigates you to startup and then the ID of that startup. Now, do you know how we can extract this ID from the URL and get it right here within our code? Well, we can get it through params. So let's destructure the params and let's also specify the type. I'll set the params to be equal to a promise, which will return an ID of a type string. That'll look something like this. How do we know it's an ID? Because we name our folder that way. Then we can say const ID is equal to, in parentheses, await params.id. And since we're using await, we have to turn this into an async function. Now we can return an empty React fragment, which is going to look something like this. And within it, we can return an h1 that'll have a class name of something like text-3xl. And within it, we can say something like this is a startup number, and then we can dynamically render it, ID. If you do that and go back, you can see this is a startup number, and then we get the ID. But this on its own is not super useful. We need to be able to take this ID and then fetch all of the details about that startup. Things like the date created, the title, description, the image, the author, all of that good stuff. So how can we do that? Well, for a second, let's create a new tab and go to localhost 3000/studio. We can go to vision and we can modify our query a bit to now not fetch all the startups, but rather to fetch startup details. The query will look something like this. Give me everything where a type is equal to startup and underscore ID is equal to $ID. And then here's the key part. Only give me an element that matches that query. Then for each one of these elements, return the ID, title, slug created at, author with its ID, name, username, image, and bio. Give me the views, description, category, image. And there's also the pitch, which I think we're missing here. We might also be missing it in all, in the query for fetching all startups. Now, if you run fetch like this, it'll say, you provide the param ID, but you didn't really give me the value for it. So Sanity Vision allows you to pass the params right here. So going back to our application, we can copy this ID and we can now paste it right here within a string. So use single quotes right here to turn it into a string and run fetch one more time. We get null, and I think that's because our ID got parsed to show nicely in the URL. Most likely this was a character that wasn't easy to parse as a URL, so it's getting shown this way. That's not a problem. We can get a full URL from the structure by going into startups, and then we can inspect it right here. If you do that, you'll get the entire thing along with its ID. So here we have the correct one. So if we go back to Vision, you can now pass the correct ID right here. And now we get the complete startup details. So let's go ahead and copy this query and let's bring it back to our code. We'll use it within Sanity, lib, queries, and right below the startups query, I'll create a new one by saying export const startup by ID query is equal to define query, where we pass in a template string, and right in there, we pass the full query. Oh, and I was partially right when I said that we're missing the pitch right here. We indeed are missing it. It's not like it is here, but we don't actually need it. So this is the beauty of Grok querying language, in a sense that it allows you to get only the data that you need. On the homepage, where we're showing not startup details, but only the most important information about the startup, we don't necessarily need to show the pitch, so we don't fetch it. But here, for the details, we definitely do fetch it. So now that we are exporting this query, we can use it on the project details page. But before we do that, I want to go over one thing with you. We could have also used Sanity Live Fetch here, but it's not like you're going to be on the details page and wait for the changes to happen. Once you're there, you wouldn't expect them to happen live, right? Because you're viewing a specific version of that page. And I also wanted to show you how you can implement different rendering strategies on the same page and use one of which is the PPR strategy. Partial pre-rendering enables you to combine static and dynamic components together in the same route. It's pretty crazy, and it's completely new. During the build, Next.js pre-renders as much of the route as possible, and only if dynamic code is detected, like reading from the incoming request, you can wrap the relevant component with a React suspense boundary. The suspense boundary fallback will be included in the pre-rendered HTML. So Next.js here shows an example of an e-commerce store, where we have a navbar which is completely static or revalidated. Same thing for the product information. Static or revalidated in some kind of a time frame, like every 60 minutes, seconds, or whatever it is. But in general, it's static. But the cart and the recommended products can be completely dynamic. Only that part, while the rest can be static to use all the benefits that I mentioned so far, like speed, efficiency, better developer experience, and also SEO benefits that it offers. And I would highly recommend watching this 11-minute video by Delba, where she visually explains partial pre-rendering. These are some very nice graphics that allow you to fully understand how this is working. But for the time being, I'll show you how it works in a real example. Pink dots right here denote artificially delayed responses for demo purposes, like shipping estimates, which you can see right here, recommended products, and reviews. These are always going to be dynamic because they have to make a request to some outside source, such as a postal service, to know when it can get shipped. Same things for recommended products because some algorithm has to be ran to check out your preferences and shopping habits. And finally, there's the customer reviews, which are always going to be dynamic. So now check this out. If I reload, see how this loaded immediately. Because the product information doesn't really change that often and you have it right in front of you. Then this loads in 200 milliseconds and this one loads in 500 milliseconds. Pretty crazy stuff, right? You can choose what you want to show dynamically and what will be there immediately for the users, cached and coming from a CDN. Next.js's PPR really is the latest and greatest of rendering strategies out there, as it allows you to combine the best of both worlds. So now, let me teach you how to add it to your apps. First, head over to next.config.ts. And here, we'll add an experimental tag because it is experimental right now, but soon enough, it'll become stable. And here, you can say PPR and set it to incremental. We can also turn on some additional dev indicators, such as app ISR status is set to true, build activity is also set to true, and build activity position is set to bottom right. These will help us visualize what is happening with PPR. Next, back in the startup details page, we have to export const a new flag called experimental_PPR is equal to true. And now we can use Sanity's client API to perform incremental static regeneration or ISR to get the startup details. We can do that by fetching the post based on the provided ID. Const post is equal to await client dot fetch. We pass in the startup by ID query, and we pass in an object where we pass the ID as the first and only parameter. Finally, if there is no post, we can return a not found. This is coming directly from Next navigation. Else, we can return something else from the post now. For example, we can render a post.title. See how TypeScript immediately knows that we actually do have a title on the post. Going back to localhost and clicking on one of these posts opens up a 404. This page could not be found. Oh, that's happening because no post was returned, so we redirected to a 404. But why is that? Could it be that our query is good, but it actually cannot find a post under that ID? Similarly to what happened when we were trying to query it within Sanity Vision? Let's try to console log it to see what we're getting back. I'll console log this ID right here, save it, and click on one of these posts right here. As you can see, we get the full ID, but at the end, we have this %sign character, even though in the original ID, it doesn't seem to be there. I also opened a second post that we created, and would you take a look? It ends with different numbers, but then it has the same %7d appended to it at the end, which makes me pretty sure that I already know what the problem is. Can you catch it? Try to debug it with me. When you click on the details of any one of these cards, it appends an additional character to the ID, as you can see right here. So, where's the issue? Let's try to pinpoint and centralize it. Is it in the details? Well, yes, most likely. So if we go to the code and if we go to the startup card, take a look. I made a mistake. You most likely didn't have this mistake. You most likely properly wrote it. I hope you did. But I added an extra curly brace right at the end of this string. So if I remove it and click details, perfect. We get a title of each different document. Even though you might not have had this issue on your end, I hope this little debugging session was useful. But with that in mind, the fact that we're now getting a title means that we're successfully fetching post details from Sanity with the PPR strategy enabled. In the next lecture, we'll code out the UI of the startup details page, and I'll further explain which parts can we leave as static and which ones will make dynamic to utilize the full power of PPR. Great work so far. Let's get started with startup details page by creating a section right here at the top. This section will have a class name equal to pink_container. We've seen that before and know exactly what it does. I'll also give it a exclamation mark min-h 230 pixels, which will override it to a bit of a smaller value. There we go, that's looking good. Right within it, I'll create a p tag that'll have a class name equal to tag, and it'll show a formatted date. So let's call a format date function coming from our libutils, and passed the post dot underscore created at property right within it. And there we go, October 14th, 2024. Next, let's move this h1 right within it, and we'll change the styles just a tiny bit by setting the class name to be equal to heading. There we go, that's already so much better. Right below it, let's create another p tag that'll have a class name equal to subheading, and it'll also have a max W of 5XL with an exclamation mark at the start. And that will render the post.description. There we go, looking good. Right below this section, we'll create another section, and this section will have a class name equal to section underscore container, within which we can render an img tag with a source equal to post.image. There we go, that's looking good. We can also have an alt tag of thumbnail and a class name equal to w-full, h-auto, and rounded-xl. Looking good. Right below it, let's create a div, and that div will have a class name equal to space-y-5, margin top of 10 to divide it a bit from the top, max W of 4XL, and a margin X of auto. And right within it, we can create another div to help us with positioning with a class name equal to flex between and a gap of 5 in between the elements. Within there, we can render a link, of course, only after we import it from next link, and give it an href of /user/post.author !_ID. So we're creating a link to point to the author details page, which we'll soon create. Let's also give this link a class name equal to flex, gap of 2, items-center, and a margin bottom of 3. Within it, we can render an image with a source of post.author.image with an alt tag equal to avatar, a width of 64, a height of 64, and a class name of rounded-full to make it a full avatar, and drop shadow LG. We have to import the image tag from Next.js, and if we save this now, you'll see a great looking profile photo. Right below this image, let's create a div within which we can have a p tag with a class name equal to text-20-medium, within which we can render the post.author.name, and we can also duplicate this, change the text to something like 16, and also give it text black of 300 with an exclamation mark, within which we can render at post.author.username. So we can show both the name and the username right below it. Of course, the author page doesn't yet exist, but it will soon. Let's go below this link and let's create another p tag that'll have a class name equal to category-tag. So I think you know what it will render, the post.category. There we go, perfect. Now, right below this div, we can create an h3 that'll have a class name equal to text-30-bold, and it can say something like pitch details or startup details, if you will. And right below it, we can render the pitch details, which come in a markdown format. To parse and convert markdown into an HTML string, we need to install an additional package. It's this one right here, called Markdown It. And it says it's a markdown parser done right, fast, and easy to extend. You can just install it by running npm install markdown-it, and then you can use it very simply. So let's do it together. I'll open up the terminal, clear it, and run npm install markdown-it. Once it gets installed, we can get the parsed markdown content right here at the top by saying const parsed content is equal to md, which we have to import at the top by saying import markdown it from markdown it. Then right here, we can define md is equal to markdown it. And finally, on this parsed content, we can say md.render post ? Pitch, or an empty string in case it doesn't exist. So this will properly parse the Markdown content so we can display it as HTML. And you can see that Markdown it is complaining a bit, saying that we don't have the necessary types for it. So if you hover over it, it's going to give you the command to install the type declarations for the library. So just copy it and paste it in the terminal. Then the warning will be gone and you'll have all the necessary types. Great. Now that we have this parsed content, we'll have to set it as HTML. So let's do that right here below this H3 by checking if we have access to the parsed content. If we do, we can render an HTML5 semantic article tag, which can be self-closing in this case. I think we should be good. And on it, we can use a dangerously set inner HTML property. Now, React normally escapes any HTML to prevent XSS attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, rendering the content as plain text. But when you want to insert raw HTML, like the parsed Markdown, you must use dangerously set inner HTML to tell React that the content is safe and should be rendered as HTML. So right here, we can define __HTML to be equal to parsed content. We also need the second part of this ternary. And here we can say p tag with a class name of no result, which can say no details provided. If we save it, you can see pitch details, and we can see all the testing Markdown that we have passed using the Sanity Studio Markdown editor. We can style it further by giving this article a class name of prose. This will allow Tailwind CSS to automatically change a lot of different styles to make it more readable and to actually parse it. There we go. This is looking so much better. Let's give it a max W of 4XL, so it doesn't take the full width of the screen on larger devices. Font work sans to match our application. And let's give it a break -all, which will apply the word break property. Great. Now we can go below this div and we can create an HR, a horizontal rule with a class name equal to divider, to divide the pitch details from the next section. Later on, right here, we'll show editor selected startups, which are some recommended startups for us to check out since we checked out this current one we're viewing. So we can kind of continue checking out additional ones while staying on the app. So for now, I'll turn this into a to-do so we can implement it later on. But let's go below this section and let's create another very small but very, very important section. And that one will make the fact that we're using PPR on this page make sense. Because everything we have rendered so far is static content. Whatever the pitch details we have, the thumbnail, the title, we don't need to constantly dynamically refetch or revalidate. We're okay that sometimes this data is stale and can be changed later on. But we will implement an additional piece of this page that we need to update frequently, basically in real time. It'll be completely dynamic. So as you learned from the start of this video, whenever you want to make something dynamic in PPR, you have to wrap it in a suspense coming from React. And that's actually a React feature, allowing you to provide a fallback in case we cannot render something new, or something to show while that something new hasn't yet rendered or been fetched. So if we cannot yet fetch it, we can render a skeleton property coming from ShatCN. So let's go ahead and install it by running npx ShatCN add latest add skeleton. There we go. It has been added, and we can now import it right here at the top, coming from components UI skeleton. And suspense is of course coming from React, so make sure to properly import it. We can actually add it right here at the top. To this skeleton, we can also provide a class name equal to view-skeleton. And within the suspense, after you have given it a fallback, you can choose to add the code that will be rendered dynamically. So for that piece of code, let's actually create a new component. In the components folder, I'll create a new file called view.tsx. I'll run rafce, and I'll now render that component right here within the suspense by saying view, coming from add components /view. And to it, I'll just pass the ID equal to the ID. This is the ID of the post we're currently on. So what kind of view am I even talking about here? Well, if you check out the final version of the application, check out this little thing at the bottom right. I know it's super small, but once again, I really wanted to show you how we can make PPR truly shine. This piece of data will be rendered dynamically whenever it changes in real time, thanks to Sanity, of course, but the rest of the page will be completely static. Exactly as that Next.js example where they had an e-commerce store where we had the product details, which were rendered statically, but then some additional posts or views or whatever it was rendered dynamically. So now we can go into the view and we can develop the dynamic part of our PPR page. That's gonna look something like this. We can first destructure the ID from props and say that it's ID of a type string. Then we can return a div with a class name equal to view container, within which we can render a div that'll have a class name of absolute minus top dash 2 and minus right dash 2. Can you guess what will go into this container? Well, it'll be that little ping that you can see right here, this light, indicating to us that it is live. So to implement it, I'll actually create another component in the components folder, and I'll call it ping.tsx, run rafce, and I will import it right here within the div by saying ping and calling it as a self-closing component. Below this div, we'll render another p tag with a class name of view text, within which I'll render a span that'll have a class name of font-black that'll render the total number of views. So for now, let's simply render 100 as a static number and say views. If you go back to our application, you can see 100 views and then ping right here at the top right. That's good. All good things take time. So now we can dive into ping and we can implement that little pinging light by giving this div a class name of relative, within which we have another div with a class name is equal to absolute minus left dash 4 and top dash 1, so we can properly position it, within which we have a span that has a class name of flex and size dash 11 pixels within square brackets, within which we have another span with a class name equal to absolute inline dash flex h dash full w dash full animate dash ping rounded dash full bg primary and opacity of 75. There we go. You can kind of see it right now at the bottom right. And below this span, we'll have another span that'll have a class name is equal to relative inline dash flex size dash 11 pixels, same as before, rounded dash full, and bg primary. So basically we'll have one that is always active, and then we'll have one that pings, indicating its live interactivity. Great, this is now looking good. Now we have to write a separate sanity query to get the total number of views for a post with the given ID. To do that, you already know the drill. We have to go into sanity queries, where we currently have 2. So we can create a third one by saying export const startup underscore views underscore query is equal to define query, to which we pass the actual query. This query will be a bit simpler. We'll say something like, give me everything where of a type double equal to startup, and if the underscore ID is equal to $ID, and give me only the first element, and only return the ID and the views. Pretty simple, right? Now we can copy this query, go back here, and say const in curly braces views, which we can rename to total views, is equal to await client coming from sanity dot with config, to which we'll pass use CDN is set to false. So you can also manually define whether you want to use CDN or not with inline configuration. Now let's turn this into async since we're using await right here. There we go. And finally, after the dot with config, we also have to add dot fetch. So which query are we fetching? We're fetching the startup views query, to which we have to pass params of ID. Now let's make sure to properly close this right here. Looks like I had a typo. And this is now looking so much better and it makes more sense. We also have to add the ID as a param. Perfect. And now we can get access to the total number of views and dynamically render it right here. Currently, we have only 1 views. We can do some additional parsing to remove the letter S in case it's a singular number. A quick trick is to just say views and then say colon. That way, views 1, views 2, views no matter how many, it's all good. That's if you want to be lazy. But I challenge you to create a function called formatNumber that actually takes into consideration whether a number is singular or plural, or whether it needs an S at the end or not, and then adds it correspondingly. With that in mind, and considering the fact that we specified the uCDN to false, the number of views whenever it changes will automatically be reflected on this page. Later on, I'll also add a little to-do right here to modify or update the number of views whenever somebody sees this post. More on that soon. With that said, we have successfully implemented the dynamic part of the startup details page, and the static part has been implemented too, which leaves us with the completed startup details page. Of course, we have to still update the views and then show other relevant posts similar to this one. We'll do that soon, but for now, this is great. So next up, we'll tap into Sanity's write client functionalities, meaning being able to modify some data directly within our application. This will allow us to create new startups, but even sooner than that, it'll allow us to update the number of views so that we can see the full benefits of PPR. So far, we've implemented PPR, partial pre-rendering, on the startup details page, but we can't really see any difference yet, as everything seems static, as we're not updating any kind of data. To increase the number of views in our database, at the exact moment somebody visits the page, we'll have to set up a new Sanity write client that allows users to perform write operations. So far, we only performed read operations. Now, to set up a write client in Sanity, we need to generate a token with write permissions through the Sanity Manage website. So, visit your dashboard, navigate to the Sanity project you've created, head over to API, go to Tokens, and add a new API token. Specify the name, something like Create and Update Startups, and give it the editor access, the ability to write access to all datasets, and click Save. Copy the token info you were given, and head over to .env.local. There, you can add Sanity write token and make it equal to the token you just copied. Notice how this one doesn't have the next public. Well, that's because this is a more serious action, which not everybody should be able to perform, and it can only happen from the server side. Next.js will automatically reload all the envs as soon as this happens. Now head over to sanity/env.ts. That's this file right here. And below the project ID, also export const token and make it equal to process.env.sanity_write_token. Next, we have to create a new file under sanity lib. And as we have created client.ts, now we need to create a new file called write client.ts. To create it, we can copy what we have here in the client and paste it for the write client. At the top, as I have already mentioned, this code can only be run on the server. So we're going to import server only. All of the other things which we're importing are going to be here, such as the API version, dataset, project ID, and in this case, we also need to get the token. So we can say export const write client, create a new client with the project ID, dataset, API version, use CDN set to false, and finally, we also have to give it a token. We can also add one failsafe to say if there is no write client.config and then .token after that. In that case, we can throw a new error saying something like write token not found, just so we know what's wrong. And now that we have access to this write token, we can actually finally update the number of views by going to the view component, we can remove this to do and say await write client dot, and we can call a dot patch on it. Patch is used for updates. We want to patch a document with this specific ID, and we want to set the number of views to be equal to total views plus 1. And we want to commit that action by saying dot commit. And that's it. With this approach, these two requests will execute sequentially, and you won't see anything on the UI until they are executed. Instead, you'll see the skeleton. To avoid that, and to run this update view in the background while we see the rest of the results immediately, we can use the unstable after functionality, allowing you to schedule work to be executed after another response is finished. This is useful for tasks and other side effects that should not block the response, such as logging and analytics, or a perfect case, updating the number of views. It can be used in the server components, server actions, route handlers, and more. And it looks something like this. Import unstable after as after, and then you call it. In this case, we want to schedule the work after our response to getting views is done. We'll then update the views in the background without blocking the UI. To do that, we just have to do this. Import unstable after as after from next server, and then wrap this await into after, close it like this, and set that into its own async function. That is it. Now, if you go back to your application, you'll notice that unstable after must be explicitly enabled by setting the experimental.after to true in our next config. So let's head over to next config, and here, along with PPR, we can also set after to true. If you do that and reload, the error is gone and the number of views switched to 2. Check this out. I'll reload a couple more times. Check how great this is. The rest of the content isn't even changing, and it's here immediately. Doesn't feel like anything is happening. Like if I go back and if I go to this document, I mean, it is just super quick. The only part of the website that updates is this little part at the bottom right, which is the number of views. Super cool. I think I'll continue reloading it a few more times. But even at this point, it still may not be clear that this is PPR, right? So I will actually demonstrate it to you. I'll open up Sanity Studio on the right side and keep looking at the project details on the left. I'll head over to startups and I'll find this last startup that I updated. We can see the number of views is 22. Now I'm gonna change the title of this startup in Sanity Studio and reload the page. Check this out. I'll change it to something like new jsmastery.pro platform. Yep, that's a cool new startup we're working on. So let me click publish. And even if I reload, well, it changed immediately. It's possible that I hit just the right reload time. But if I change it again to something like new JS Mastery Pro platform and click publish, if I reload, well, it changed immediately. Looks like the news about the new upcoming platform can't wait to get leaked. But let's see why is that, because right now it seems that everything is live and not cached at all. We are fetching the number of views right here using the client, and we specifically set the use CDN false. That's okay. But what about these startup details? So if we go to startup details, here we're using the regular client, and this client, oh, it has a use CDN set to false. When we were testing something, we set it back to false just to show it. But for now, I can set it to true, so it'll actually cache things. So now, if I go back and change this to something like brand new JS Mastery Pro platform and click publish, and then reload here, you can notice that this will not actually update for another 60 seconds. That's because the data is cached, it's coming from a CDN, the views are indeed updating, the title stays the same, and that, my friends, is PPR for you. Hopefully now you understand how this is working behind the scenes. The startup details use ISR, incremental static regeneration. which revalidates the page every 60 seconds. So any change made in Sanity Studio or editing the database will make the changes appear on the website once the cache is refreshed. Meanwhile, views use SSR, server-side rendering, providing fresh data with each user request. So if I reload, 60 seconds have passed, we get the new data, and now it's going to be cached until it changes. Perfect. That was a good one. Now you truly understand how to use PPR. Next, we will revisit the author authentication flow. So we not only log in using Google OAuth, but we actually create a real author in our database that will then be capable of creating new startups directly within the YC directory app. Let's do that next. I've shown this graph to you before, right? And basically what it says is, depending if there is a session or not, we have to make sure that the user that is authenticated also is created as an author within our database. And if they're not, we need to create one in their name. So to do that, we'll have to create a Sanity query to see whether an author with a specific GitHub ID exists. Let's head over to queries and let's create a new query by saying export const author by GitHub ID query is equal to define query. And we can say something along the lines of give me everything where underscore type is double equal to author and the ID of the author is equal to $ID. Then give me only the first element that matches. And for that first element, return the following things: an underscore ID, the ID, name, username, email, image, and bio. Now let's go over to auth.js. And we have to write some callbacks. These are functions that are executed after successful authentication by NextAuth. In this graph, that callback would be somewhere right here, where we're authenticating, and when we get the successful information about the user. Currently, we just create a session and return it. But now, whenever we create a session, we also want to do this check that we just created the query for. So, alongside providers, create callbacks, which is an object, and create a first callback, async sign in, to check whether a user already exists in our database or not, and then depending on that, create it. Right here, we get access to the newly authenticated user, their account, and their profile. We can check whether this is an already existing user by saying const existing user is equal to await client.fetch author by GitHub ID query, to which we pass params as ID. And of course, this client has to come from Sandy. Specifically, this ID is going to be referring to the profile $.id coming from GitHub OAuth. Now we can check if there is no existing user, then we can use Sanity write client to create a new user document or new author document by saying await write client, which we have to import from Sanity, dot create, where the type is equal to author, ID is set to profile $.id, name is set to user $.name, username is set to profile $.login, email is set to user $.email, image is set to user $.image, and bio is set to profile $.bio, or an empty string if it doesn't exist. Now you can notice how I had to actually repeat user and profile many times. What would have been better is to simply extract information from this user or profile by destructuring it. So we can destructure from user the name, the email, and the image. And from profile, we can destructure what? ID, login, and bio. Now if we do that, we can remove all instances where we mention those things, and we can just refer to those things themselves. And if you have the same name of the key and the value, that means that you can just refer to it like this. without specifying the name, it's just like this. But for username, it's going to be login, so we have to specify it still. Still much cleaner than it used to be. Finally, we can go below this if statement and then return true to continue the sign-in process. After a successful sign-in, we'll need to create an author ID from Sanity to use it for our profile or when creating a new startup. So let's modify the default JWT token and add the author ID to it. We can do that by creating a second callback right here, right below the async sign-in. We can create async JWT, where we get the token, the account, and the profile. There, we can check if account exists, and if profile exists, then we can get the user from Sanity by saying const user is equal to await client.fetch author by GitHub ID query, where we specify the ID to be equal to profile $.id. Oh, and I just noticed above we destructured the ID from profile, so we don't have to explicitly mention it here. We can just say ID. Now we can extend this ID with the user ID by saying token.id is equal to user._id. And finally, we can exit out of that if and return the token. This will allow us to connect a specific GitHub user with a Sanity author that can then create a startup. Finally, in order to use the ID, we need to create a third callback function called session, where we get access to a session and a token, and we need to pass the profile ID from the token to the session by saying object.assign session, where we set the ID to be equal to token.id, and then we return the modified session. Great. Now we can go to any page. For example, we can go to our homepage, and here we can extract a session. And from it, we can get the Sanity ID of the author for that user. So let's do it by saying const session is equal to await auth coming from @/auth. And if you try to console.log session.id, you'll see that TypeScript will complain a bit, saying that session is possibly null. We can easily fix that by creating a new file right here in the root of our directory and call it NextAuth or next-auth.d.ts. Within it, we can declare a new TypeScript module called NextAuth, which will have two interfaces. Interface session, that'll have an ID of string, and it'll also have an interface JWT, which will have an ID of string as well. If you do that, the session now knows that it has an ID. So let's give it a shot. Now, if you go back to the homepage, you'll notice that the only thing you have to do to get rid of this warning is to add a question mark right here. And you might have noticed that on my screen, there was an error right there 5 seconds ago, but now there's no error. Well, sometimes Next.js will throw some random errors as I'm still working on the experimental version of Next.js. So just so you know, if something weird is happening for you too, and you cannot find where the error is originating from, just try to reload your terminal and then run it one more time. It might help just to fix things, turn it off and then turn it on again type of situation. But with that in mind, if we do that and you reload on the homepage, you should see a console log for this session. Initially, the console log should be undefined, and we can see undefined right here. That's because we were left logged in before we created all the functionality to create a new ID to hook it up with the author. So to fix that, let's log out and let's log in one more time. And there you'll see a server error, problem with server configuration. If you open up the terminal, you'll see that it's coming from auth, and specifically it's complaining about not being able to find the _ID. So we might need to add a question mark right here, saying that sometimes the user might not be there. But why would it not be there in the first place? let's check our query to be sure. We are trying to fetch the author by GitHub ID query by defining the query that gets everything of a type author and the ID is equal to $ID, where we get the first element. And then we return all of these properties for it. This is looking good to me. So let's give it one more shot. But before we do, you have to make sure that the author hasn't been generated. Or if it has, we'll have to clear it by deleting it. So now if we try to log in one more time, it's actually asking us whether we want to authorize it, which is great. So let me authorize my user. We're getting redirected, which is good. We get the same information right here at the top as before, but this time, if you go to Sanity Studio to authors, you'll be able to find a new user with complete OAuth data populated, such as the name, username, email, image, and the bio coming directly from GitHub. But a bigger question is, can we see that session ID in our console log? And for the time being, the answer is no, it is undefined. So let's debug it further. We're not getting the result we want. We create a new user on sign in, and that user indeed gets created in the database. But if we try to read that value within the JWT, it returns undefined, even though the user has been created successfully in Sanity Studio. And even though we've had an issue with this optional chaining operator, that's not to blame. Even adding some additional checks, like if no user, then do something else, no, that wouldn't fix it. This issue is rooted deeply in how Sanity and more importantly, Next.js truly work behind the scenes, specifically their caching mechanisms. When we first created a new user, after confirming they didn't exist, Sanity successfully added the user. However, when we immediately attempted to retrieve that user within 60 seconds of creation, the query didn't return any results. This is because the read query was made too soon after the user creation, and Sanity's and Next.js's cache hadn't yet been updated. This is a common challenge when working with frameworks or libraries that cache data. And if you're not familiar with how and when caching occurs, it can lead to confusion and frustration when queries don't return the expected results and you know them for a fact that they're there. Without a proper understanding of cache, you might find yourself stuck and discouraged. This is why learning about cache management is crucial. You cannot say you know Next.js until you can for a fact know exactly how its caching mechanism works. And within the Ultimate Next.js course, we dive deep into how caching works, because I know how big of a problem it was for me, the developers that work alongside me on all of these projects, and all the other developers out there, which are simply saying that Next.js obscures and abstracts everything and just doesn't work. Well, it's not that it doesn't work. It's that they don't understand it yet. So if you're having trouble understanding cache and you want to dive deeper into its inner workings, pause this video and check out the Ultimate Next.js course. Once you do that, let's go ahead and fix this issue. Back in our callbacks, we have to add use CDN false to both sign in and JWT callbacks. So here, where we're calling for existing user, we can say client dot with config, where we can pass the use CDN is set to false, and then call a dot fetch on it. Similarly, we can pass it when fetching the user right here, client dot with config, where we pass in the use CDN false, and only then do we fetch. If we now save this, close everything because we're expecting it to work, go back to Sanity and delete the existing user, log out, and give it one final shot. Let's see what we come up with. And before I log in, I'll make sure to clear the cache. I'll do it right here, clear cache and clear cookies and all that good stuff. You can also do it via inspect element by going to app and cache. Finally, let's log in. Okay, it automatically logged us in, which is great. The Sanity user has been created with all of its great OAuth GitHub data. That's great. But now for the moment of truth. Do we have the session ID within our terminal? And the answer is yes, here it is. If you didn't know about Next.js caching, you can spend hours on issues just like this because you can see the data. For a fact, it is here, but your Next.js is telling you that it's not. No, it's not that. Next.js is just trying to make sure that your app is as efficient and as optimized as possible. But it's up to you to control the beast. So once again, if this is still a bit unclear and you want a deep under the hood dive into Next.js's inner workings, check out the Ultimate Next.js course. More than 4,000 developers have learned from it so far and love it. And I'll always continue updating it with the latest versions of Next.js. The link will of course be in the description. But with that said, even by watching this video, you might already understand some of the intricacies of caching. Thankfully, we have fixed this issue and we are ready to proceed. In the next chapter, we'll focus on creating the Create Startup page, allowing us to create new startups directly from YC Directory app, not necessarily needing to go to Sanity Studio. To start creating the Create Startup page, we have to create a new route in our application. For that, we'll go to App, Root, and then within Startup, we'll create a new folder called Create. And within the Create folder, we'll create a new file called page.tsx. You know the drill. I'll run rafce in there to quickly spin up a simple React functional component, and then I'll head over to Create, which will bring me to the page that we just created. Within here, I'll turn this div into an empty React fragment, and within it, I'll create a new section. This section will have a class name equal to pink_container and min-h in square brackets 230 pixels. Within it, we can create a new h1 and give it a class name equal to heading. And within it say submit your startup pitch. There we go. That's looking better. Or we can say submit your startup. Now, right below it, we want to have a new component, which is going to be a form. So let's go ahead and create that form by creating a new component in the components folder, which is going to be called startup form.tsx. Run rafce, and then import this form right below the section as a self-closing component. Startup form. There we go. And of course, make sure to properly import it. Perfect. There we go. It's looking good. And we only want to be able to visit this page if we are logged in. So let's add one more failsafe by saying const session is equal to await auth coming from NextAuth like this. We have to turn this into async. And then we can make a check and say if there is no session, then we can redirect. And this redirect will be imported from Next Navigation. And it's going to point to just home /. Perfect. So now if somebody's unauthenticated and they try to manually go to Startup Create, it'll actually just bump them up to the home page because they can view but not create different startups. Great. So now let's dive into the startup form and let's start implementing it. Our form will use quite a few different ShadCN components, so let's go ahead and install them one by one. We can do that by running npx shadcn add latest, add, and we can add the input, the text area, the toast component, which is going to be for a little alert once we submit or once we have an error, and we'll add other ones as we go if we remember to add something else as well. Now we can develop the UI of the form. Let's start by turning this entire div into a form component like this. This form will have an action, which for now I'll set to be an empty callback function. Let's also give it a class name equal to startup-form. And you notice that as soon as we define some kind of an action, it's going to ask us to turn this into a client component. So let's actually add use client right here at the top. Right within the form, we'll have a div, and we'll use that div just for structuring our elements. Within the div, we'll have a label with an HTML4 property equal to title. So this will be a label for the title with a class name of startup-form_label. And it's going to say title. Right below the label, I'll render an input. which is going to come directly from ShadCN, meaning add components UI input, like this. It's going to be a self-closing component that'll have an ID equal to title, a name equal to title, a class name equal to startup-form underscore input. It'll be required, and it'll have a placeholder equal to startup title. There we go. That's looking good. Right below it, we can check whether we have any errors on our form. So let's create a new use state right here, use state snippet, which we need to import from React. And we'll say const errors and set errors is equal to use state at the start equal to just an empty object. So now if we have any errors, so if errors.title exist, then we'll render a p tag with a class name equal to startup-form underscore error, and it'll render errors.title. Perfect. Right now, our TypeScript is not sure whether title exists on this errors object. So what we can do is specify the type of this use state right here before the opening parenthesis, and we can set it as record string. So then it'll know that it contains different strings within this object. Now this is the field for the title, and we might want to replicate this for other fields as well. We want to do it for the description, we want to do it for the category, image link, and then the pitch itself will be the actual markdown. But for now, let's duplicate this entire div at least 3 times. So I'll copy this, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Let's divide them a bit with some space. And the second one will have the HTML4 description, and it'll say description. The input itself will actually be a text area. So let's import it from components text area. The ID and the name will of course be description. Instead of startup form input, it'll be startup form text area. Required and placeholder can be something like startup description. There we go. For the errors, you know the drill. It's going to be errors.description. And at the end, we will render the errors.description as well. Great. 2 inputs done, 2 more to go. Below description, we'll render a label HTML4 category, startup form label that's going to say category. The input for that category will be category. The name will be category as well. And we'll say something like startup category. We can give some examples so that they know what they have to enter, like tech, health, education, and so on. And we'll render errors.category and errors.category here as well. And after that, we'll have our image link. So let's render the HTML4 link and say image URL. Change the ID to link, the name to link as well. And we can say something like startup image URL. And finally, we'll render the errors.link and errors.link right here as well. And we have 4 different inputs. Great. Now below these, we'll need to have a pitch. And this will be the actual markdown, which will give us a lot of different capabilities so we can further optimize and style how we want to portray the pitch of our startup. You can see it in real time, how it looks like. You can enter different code blocks, and you can even enter inline images, which is pretty cool. So it gives you a lot of flexibility in how you want to present your startup. So to create this markdown component, we'll use UIW React MD Editor, which is a simple markdown editor with preview implemented with React.js and TypeScript. Let's go ahead and install it together by running npm i add UIW/react-md-editor. And here we can see how it can be used. We can import it right here at the top of the file. We need to define its state or the value. In this case, I'll rename it from value to pitch and set pitch. That's going to be use state. And finally, we'll be able to render it like so. So let's scroll a bit down and let's actually duplicate the entire div one final time for this pitch element. But this time, we'll give this div a data color mode and set it to light. So it always must be light. Give it HTML4 pitch. Change this to pitch. We'll remove this input, and instead of the input, we'll use this empty editor that we have here. We can change the value to pitch and set the onChange to set pitch. And for the errors, that's going to be errors.pitch, as well as errors.pitch right here. In this case, I believe we have to set it as a callback function that gets access to the value, and then we can call the value as string, just to make sure that TypeScript is happy in this case. There we go. Now we're good. So if you go back to the create page and reload, you should be able to see a very simplistic but nice looking Markdown editor, which has the preview mode enabled, so you can see exactly what you're doing in real time. Now let's style it further and give it additional features. We can give it an ID equal to pitch. We can also give it a preview equal to edit, a height of about 300 pixels to give it some more space. We can give it a style of border radius of 20 to make it fit along our other elements better, and an overflow of hidden. There we go. Now it's a bit more organic. We can give it a text area props. Specifically, change a placeholder to be briefly describe your idea and what problem it solves. And we can also give it a preview options, which is an object where we can set a this allowed elements, and we can disallow the styling. So we're only going to keep the base Markdown properties. So if we reload and remove this hello world, you can see that it says briefly describe your idea and what problem it solves. Finally, at the bottom, below this div, let's render a button coming from components UI button. Let's give it a type is equal to submit, as it'll submit the entire form, and a class name equal to startup-form _ btn. There we go. Now, when submitting this form, it'll take some time. It won't be an instantaneous action. So let's create a field, const is pending, which for now I'll set it to false. Later on, we'll extract this value dynamically to know whether we're submitting the form or not. I'll also remove this hello world from the pitch, so we have a clean and empty slate. So going back to the button, we can now make it disabled in case it is currently pending, meaning something is happening. Also, if it is pending, we'll change what it says. It'll say submitting ... else it'll say submit your startup or your pitch. And let's also render a send icon right here, which will have a class name equal to size-6 and margin left of 2. And we can also give it a text-white, so the contrast is a bit better. There we go. Let's see why this startup form is complaining. It is saying that we have multiple default exports. Let's see if that really is the case. It seems to me like we only have one. If I close the file and then reopen it, looks like the error is gone. Great. And with that, the UI of our form is looking great. So now we can focus on submitting the form. And we'll submit it using React's latest use action state hook, a hook that allows you to update the state based on the result of a form action. It is a hook that simplifies the process of managing form states and form submissions. You don't have to write too many use states. It is designed to work seamlessly with server actions, allowing you to update component state based on the result of the form action. It even exposes a special is pending state that can be used to show a loading indicator while the action is being executed. And this use action state hook is even better, and it's aimed to replace the React DOM's use form state hook, as it caused some confusion and limitations. So this new hook fixes those issues by renaming use form state to use action state. It adds an additional pending state, and it moves the hook to the React package. Overall, a very good update in my opinion. So let's explore it in a bit more detail. We import use action state hook from React, and you use it like you would typical use state. But this time, instead of simply saying use state and then getting the value and the setter, in this case, you're getting the current state of the form as state. You're getting dispatch, which is the action that we trigger to dispatch or trigger the form, meaning update. And then we get is pending, which is a Boolean indicating whether the action is currently pending. To this hook, you also provide the action, which is a function that is triggered when the form submit. You can think of this as handle submit. You get the initial state of the form, and then an optional permalink containing the unique page URL that the form modifies. So with that in mind, let's actually add the use action state hook to the code. We can do that right here at the top. I'll remove this is pending, and I'll say const. We can get the state, the form action, and the is pending state by saying is equal to use action state, which you call as a function. Of course, we have to import this use action state, as we learned, directly from React. So we can get it right here. To it, we need to provide the actual action that'll happen once we submit the form. So let's create it. Const handle form submit is an arrow function, which we can call right here, handle form submit. That's the action. And we can also pass the initial state of the form, which can be set to an error, which is set to an empty string, as well as a status, which can be set to initial, like this. We can also declare this handle form right here above, so we can use it here. And we have to fix the typo in the error right here. We'll soon look into this TypeScript warning, but before that, let's focus on the validation of the form. For validation, we'll use Zod. Zod is a simple TypeScript-first schema validation with static type inference. And to implement it, you can create a new file in our lib folder. That's going to be right here. And let's call it validation.ts. Within it, you can say export const form schema is equal to z.object, and then you pass in all of the properties that you want your inputs to have. And of course, we have to import z from Zod. So which kind of fields do we have? Well, we have a title right here. So we can set that title to be a z.string with a min, so that min of 3 characters, and that max of about, let's do 100 characters. Let's add a description, z.string.min, let's do something like 20 and 500. So that's going to be a bit longer. Let's do a category, which can be set to a z.string as well, with a min 3 and max 20. Let's add a link, which is going to be a z.string.url.refine, where we have a callback function where you get the actual URL that the user submitted, and then you can do additional checks on it. You can open up a new try and catch block, which is going to look something like this, and we have to ensure that the URL provided is an actually valid image URL. So we can say const res is equal to await fetch that URL with a method being set to head. So we're not fetching the actual contents, the image, we're just fetching the head to get access to its content type. So we can say const content type is equal to res.headers.get content-type. Once we get it, we can check if content type !dot starts with image /, because it can be image PNG, JPEG, and so on. If it does, we'll return true, else we'll return false. And in the catch, we'll also just return false because something went wrong. So we're doing some more complex validation to check whether the URL is correct. And we can make this function async because we're using await right here. And it's saying that this if statement can be simplified. Sure it can. We can just return this because this function starts with, by itself, returns true or false. So check this out. The same if statement can be written just like this. If it starts with, it'll return true, else it'll return false. Finally, below the link, we have the pitch, which is going to be a z.string of .min 10 characters, and that max about, let's think about it. Well, we don't even have to provide a max on that one. It can be much longer. So now we have our form schema, which we're exporting, and we can use it back in the startup form. So let's dive into the handle form submit further by first making it accept a previous state of the form, which is going to be of a type any, and form data of a type form data. Then we can open up a new try and catch blocks. If there's an error, we can return that error. And we can also give it finally. Finally happens either way. So which code you want to run when either it fails or it succeeds. So let's focus on the try first. We can get access to the form values by saying const form values is equal to an object, where we can specify how can our form data look like. We'll get the title by saying form data.get title, and we can say as string just to make sure that TypeScript is happy. Next, we can do a description and set it to be equal to form data.get description as a string. We can repeat the same thing for the category, and we can repeat the same thing for the link. Link is form data.get link as string. And finally, we'll just set the pitch like this because we don't need to get it from the form as we're managing it as a separate individual state. Now that we have the form values, we want to validate those values by saying await form schema, which we just created, which we're importing from validation, dot parse async form values. Okay, so we want to take the form values and we want to compare them with the form schema to see if they match. If they do, we can proceed by saying const result is equal to await, and here we can call a new mutation called create idea, which right now doesn't exist, to which we can pass the pref state, the form data, and the pitch. For now, I will comment it out, and right below it, we'll want to console log the result, just to see how well it works. Since we're using await here, we have to turn this into async, and you can see that now TypeScript is not complaining about the initial state, but rather the use action state. It'll fix once we finish working on the handle form submit. But for now, we want to test out whether we actually get all of the necessary values from the form when we submit it. So let's actually console log the form values and save it. We can give it a shot by filling all of these values. We'll have to sometimes use longer values because we do have some validation put in place. I'll enter test right here. And actually I'll enter https://test.com to see whether this will succeed. And we have some fake pitch. So let's click submit. It's submitting. Okay, check this out. It cleared the form and said, please check your input and try again. Pretty cool. We failed on the description and we failed because the URL wasn't a valid image. This was a pretty cool validation, to be honest, what we did for the image. You can completely refine your validation and you can do some more complex checking like the one we're doing here by checking whether this is an image or not. So now let's try to fill this properly by entering a few more characters here, entering a category, and I'll find some image URL online, such as by going to the deployed website and picking one from here. Let me go with this one right here, copy image address, and I can paste it. And I'll enter just a test for the pitch right now, and I'll make it a bit larger. There we go. I'll bold it and give it a horizontal rule and one horizontal rule at the top. Okay, let's submit our pitch. Submitting. Success. Your idea has been created successfully. Oh, this was not what we were supposed to take a look at. I mean, I mistakenly submitted the form on the finished version of the YC directory app, not the localhost 3000. So let's actually test it here. But before that, let's actually validate our inputs. We can do that by going into the catch right here and checking if error is an instance of z.zod error, like this. And we have to import z coming from zod. There we go. Now this will allow us to check for the errors. If it is an instance of that, we then want to get access to specific field errors by setting that equal to error dot flatten. So we'll flatten them all in a single array and say dot field errors. Then we want to set errors to be equal to field errors as unknown as record that'll have a string and string. So this is just for TypeScript to be happy. And then we can return a previous state and modify the error to say validation failed with a status equal to error, all uppercased, like this. So now we're properly throwing errors. If it's some other kind of error, so not an instance of error right here, then we can just return the previous state, the error saying something like an unexpected error has occurred, and then we can set the status to be set to error. Great. So now we're handling the catch, and I don't even think we'll need the finally, so I'll remove it for now. So now we can check whether the validation actually works. I'll enter some things right here, category, click submit. Okay, we have to add a URL, and if we click submit, nothing really happens. It just clears the entire form. Oh, and I think I know why that is. This function is never actually getting called, because if you check the action of the form, we're not actually passing the form action, which is the handle form submit. So what we need to do is pass the form action right here as the action. That way, when we submit the form, this handle submit function will actually be ran. So let's one more time try to submit it with form action like this. And let's click submit. It's submitting, and there we go. Now we get invalid URL input. Perfect. That means that the validation is actually working. In case something goes wrong, we can also show a ShatCN toast. That'll be a little alert component saying that something went wrong. To make that happen, let's go to our layout. And this will be the layout not within the root, but the general layout. This one right here. And there, right below the children, we can add the toaster component coming from components UI toaster. And now back in the startup form, we can render a specific toast by first of all getting access to it at the top. Const toast is equal to use toast, which we have to import from hooks use toast. And now we can trigger it at different point of our application, such as when there is an error. When we set the errors, we also want to show a toast that'll have a title equal to error. It'll also have a description, something like, please check your inputs and try again. And we'll have a variant of destructive, which means that it'll be a red error. We can also copy it and duplicate it right here below for an unexpected error so that it can execute before the return. Here, we can just say an unexpected error has occurred. Great. Finally, we'll also do another toast if everything goes right. So right here, below the console log of success, we can say if result.status is triple equal to success, all uppercased, then we can show a toast that's going to say success with a description equal to your startup pitch has been created successfully. And below that, once that happens, we actually want to reroute to that startup details page. So let's import the use router right here at the top by saying const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And then right here below, we can say router.push pointing to /startup/result.id, because that's going to be the ID of our new startup. That's going to be within if result is success. So let's put it here. And finally, we'll just return result to know that everything went right. But for now, we want to comment this out because we don't yet have a function, a mutation that'll actually create the idea. For now, we just want to see whether we get up to this point of the application where we actually get access to the form values the user is trying to submit. And I have to comment this part out. So now that we have the toaster and everything, let's give it a shot. I'll try to make it fail one more time by providing fake info and clicking submit. Yeah, we can see the description fails, the image URL fails, and the string must contain at least 10 characters fails as well. So let's now fix this. I'll take in some actual titles and descriptions, like SkillForge, a platform that uses AI to create custom learning paths for individuals based on their goals. I'll also take a real image URL. Category can be something like EdTech, educational technology. And for pitch details, I will also take some prettier looking markdown. We can see how that looks like right here. Let's make sure to properly bold it. There we go. This is looking better. So let's click submit now. And as you can see, we got a new console log in the startup form that gave us all the information that we just filled in, which means that it's properly getting through. We have a category, description, link, pitch, and a title, everything needed to actually submit a startup, which means we are ready to take this form data and pass it into a new server action called create idea, which will submit that startup. And we'll do that in the next lesson. But for now, let's sum up what we've learned in this one. You'll learn how to use the newest use action state hook that allows you to update the state of the form based on the result of a form action. It returns the state, the form action, and the isPending state, and to it, you have to pass the submit handler, the initial state, and another optional parameter. But as with anything in life, it has its good and bad sides. Lee Robb, one of the public developers at Vercel, who is teaching about React, Next.js, and the web, shared his views on the use action state, the good, the bad, and the unknown. React 19 is making data mutations easier. You can call an action on the client or server and have built-in hooks for pending states, handling errors, optimistic updates, and more. You're able to write less user code, a lot of which was previously boilerplate, and hopefully can create better UIs with these abstractions. The good being that one of the hooks you can call is called use action state. And if you're using the Next.js app router, you might have seen the use form state, but now that is the updated version of that, as we've learned. Overall, the hook works well, as intended, and definitely contains less code than you would typically need for a form. But there are also some downsides, like it feels like it's fighting TypeScript often. When you move from calling a form directly to using use action state, this changes the function signature, export async function save action, to export async function save action with the previous state and the new form data. Not a big deal, right? But something that is a bit of a bigger deal, especially for me, is that I haven't yet figured out the most common use cases regarding the previous state. But one of the bigger downsides for me is that server actions will automatically reset the form on submission, which is nice sometimes, but not always what you want. Which is what you were able to see in our case. As soon as we submitted, it actually cleared all the fields. Exactly what he says next. If there's an error in your action and you return some object, you ideally don't want to blow away the client-side values in your form. Instead, you want to retain those values and maybe show an error message under the input. Since the default behavior is to reset the form, you have to save all of the form input values into use action state and then derive those values from that state in the component. So with that in mind, I'm sure that the use action state will evolve and grow, but for the time being, it is definitely a welcomed improvement in how we're dealing with forms in the newest versions of React and Next.js. To submit our startup, we'll have to do it through a mutation through a server action. Server actions can be defined by using React's use server directive. You can place them at the top of an async function or mark the entire file as use server, something like this, where you can have multiple server actions in a single file. Understanding server actions is still incredibly relevant in all new versions of Next.js. And if you don't really know what a server action is, I go into much more depth about them in this video, which I'll link below, teaching you how to develop server-side applications with server actions and even teaching you how to build a simple application using them. So pause this video and watch this first if you don't really know what the heck are server actions. But if you do know a bit about them and you want to proceed right away, that's totally okay. We can do that. Let's go over to lib and create a new file called actions.ts. Within there, as you know, you can immediately put a use server directive at the top because all of these functions will be rendered on the server. So let's create our first server action by exporting it and declaring it as create idea, or you can call it create pitch. I think that makes a bit more sense. And let's set it equal to an async function that looks something like this. It'll accept a state as any and form as form data, as well as a pitch itself of a type string. Next, we also have to get info about the user who is submitting it. So let's get access to the active session by saying session is equal to await auth, and we need to import auth coming from NextAuth, or rather @/auth. If there is no session, we can just return an object with an error saying not signed in and a status of error. But you cannot just return objects like this. What you have to do is wrap them in json.parse, but first they have to be wrapped in json.stringify, like this. So just so we don't repeat this JSON parse, JSON stringify every time, let's actually create a new utility function. Right below the format date, we can say export function parse server action response, which will be of a type T. It'll take in a response of a type T as well, and it'll return json.parse, json.stringify, and then whatever response we pass into it. Now, this allows us to very easily call it and wrap any object we want to call directly with this new utility function, which we have created. Perfect. Now that we have covered the edge case, if our user is not authenticated, let's try to destructure all the values from the form by saying const title, description, category, and the link is equal to object.fromEntries, because it's all within an object. And then out of that, we can form array.from form, and we want to filter each property where key is not equal to pitch. So we only want to keep the pitch. Even though this might seem a bit complicated, it's the simplest way that I found it that works. We keep the title, description, category, and the link, and then we get the pitch from here. Finally, we also have to form a slug. And a slug is basically a unique identifier for that specific startup. You could generate it randomly, but I found this package called Slugify, which is very minimal, works very well. It just basically creates a meaningful slug for each post. So let's simply install it by running npm install Slugify, and we can say const slug is equal to Slugify, to which we can pass title as string, and we can provide additional options as lower is true and strict is true as well. Finally, now that we have all the info, such as the title, description, category, link, pitch, and then the slug as well, we can open up a try and catch block. Let's first handle the catch, where we're going to console log the error, so we know that something went wrong, and we'll also return a parse server action response, where the error will be equal to json.stringify error, and the status will be set to error. And now for the try. We have everything needed to form a startup, so let's do that. Const startup is equal to an object that has a title, a description, a category, an image, which is going to be a link, a slug of a type slug, and current value of slug. Make sure you put the underscore here for the type. We also have the author, so we have to connect the startup to the author, which is going to be underscore type is equal to reference, and the actual underscore ref will point to the session .ID, which is the ID of our author. And finally, the pitch, which is the markdown content. Let's see if Slugify has been imported properly. We have to say import Slugify from Slugify. There we go. And now we can write to Sanity client to create it by saying const result is equal to await write client dot create a document with an underscore type equal to startup, and we will simply spread out all of the startup values directly within this document, which we're creating within the object. Once we get the result, we can simply return a parse server action response where we spread out the result, error will be set to an empty string, and status will be set to success. There we go. So basically what we're doing is this. We are getting the necessary params, such as the form data and the pitch, which is also kind of like form data, but it's in a bit of a different format, in Markdown, or a string in this case. Then we extract this session because we need to know who is the author of the startup. We check whether a session exists, we extract all the values from the form, we create a slug, we take all of those pieces of data, including the form data, the generated slug, the author, and the pitch itself, and we write to Sanity to actually create it in the database, and then we return it back. And this is called create pitch. So now we can go back to the startup form and we can uncomment our lines right here. But instead of create idea, I'll rename it to create pitch. And there we go. I don't think I even need to console log the result or the form values because we will see the toast, hopefully, and will be redirected to that startup details if the creation is successful. So let's go ahead and test it together. One more time, I will use the values from a real startup, SkillForge, which is an AI platform that uses AI to create learning paths. I'll grab in the image address, and the category can be set to something like EdTech. And finally, I will add the pitch details right here, and maybe make this SkillForge a bit larger. Let's see. There we go. This is looking good. So let's submit our pitch. It's submitting. And we got redirected to a 404, which is a good thing because for a second there, we saw your startup was created successfully. If you head over to localhost 3000/studio, you should be able to see SkillForge, or in your case, whatever title you used, indicating that the new startup has been successfully created from the form within our application. And it should already be visible on the homepage, but I'm wondering why it didn't redirect us to the details page of that startup. Well, it's because the URL says undefined. That means that this result ID was also undefined. So why is that? Oh, the result has an underscore ID and not an ID. So this little fix should actually make it work. Great. But for now, let's manually navigate to homepage, and hopefully the new startup will appear right here. There we go. Keep in mind that it can take up to 60 seconds and you might need to clear the cache because it's pulling it from a CDN. But once it actually updates, you can see it here. You can go to its details page, and would you look at that? We have successfully created a real startup. And if you reload, you should be able to see that the number of views is 1 and it'll continue increasing. Great. I'll quickly head back over to Sanity Studio to delete the fake startups we had created with the fake user. So it was just Adrian, not a real user. So let's go ahead and delete these 3 documents because we now have the possibility to create new ones coming directly from the platform. There we go. And I'll delete this one as well. Finally, we can go under authors and you can delete this fake author that we have initially created because now we have real one authenticated with NextAuth using GitHub OAuth. And with that, we only have one startup. We have the ability to search for startups, SkillForge, there we go, or we can clear it, and we can now create startups. The majority of the functionality has already been implemented, but of course will continue until this actually feels like a real SaaS application that allows entrepreneurs to pitch their startups. So if you want to take a bit of a pause, now would be a perfect time to do so. You deserved it. Take a pause, go for a walk, or go to sleep if you're watching this late at night, and come back soon. Now that some of our app's major functionalities have been successfully implemented, it's time to make sure that hundreds of thousands of users that'll use them don't break them. And to make sure that doesn't happen, we'll use Sentry, the best application monitoring software, considered not bad by more than 4 million developers. Click the link in the description to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. Then create your account. Once you do, you'll be redirected either to the dashboard or to the onboarding. If you're already using Sanity to track your production level applications like I am, then you'll be on your dashboard. But in this case, we want to start from scratch. So in your URL, after your Sentry account name, simply type onboarding, which will open up this nice welcome to Sentry. Your code is probably broken, maybe not. Let's find out. Onboarding process. So let's go ahead and click install Sentry. Choose Next.js as your framework of choice, and let's configure it together. You'll have to copy this command and then head over to package.json. And in the same way that we have overrides for React and React DOM versions, I'll add another override for the version of Next.js. So simply say next $next. This will ensure that Sentry uses the same version of Next.js that we're using in our project. Now you can open up the terminal and paste the command we copied from Sanity right here. Feel free to change the name of the project. In our case, I'll use YC directory and press enter. Then press Y or enter. Say that we do have a Sentry account and you can choose this project right here and click continue. There we go. You can select the existing project and Sentry is being installed with npm. It'll then ask you whether you want to route Sentry requests in the browser through your Next.js server. In this case, I'll say no, as this can increase the server bill. It's not like we're going to get charged or anything, as Sentry has a very generous, completely free tier, but it's nice how they said, we'll leave this option commented for later, just in case. I swear, Sentry has one of the best developer experiences out there. Do you want to enable React annotations? In this case, we can say, sure, yeah, do it. Do you want to enable tracing? Yep, why not? Sentry session replay? Yep, let's enable it. Do you want to create an example page? Yes, let's do it. Are you using CI/CD tool? Yeah, we'll be using Vercel later on, so let's say yes. And it's giving us a Sentry auth token, which you can copy now and press yes, continue. And there we go, successfully installed the Sentry Next.js SDK. You can validate your setup by restarting your dev environment and then visiting Sentry example page. So let's do just that. I'll head over to localhost 3000 /Sentry -example -page. And there we go. This is a page that was added to our application by Sentry. And for the first time ever, I'm gonna purposefully throw an error just to make sure that Sentry is actually watching over us and alerting us about those errors. There we go. Error has been thrown. And now at the bottom, you can see error received. So let's check out the error in our project dashboard. And there we go. It might take up to a minute for this error to appear, but there we go. Sentry example error for events priority high, and you can now get into it to see more details. First of all, you're getting additional information on where this error happened. Unhandled Sentry example API route error. And here's what's cool about it. Right now, sure, we could debug this error directly within our browser or dive into code and fix it. Super simple, right? But the problem occurs when a user breaks your application. And typically, no matter how much you test, users will always end up breaking it. So when they do break it, imagine how painful it is to ask them to open up the console and send out a screenshot of what they're seeing. Then they're not gonna copy and paste it. They're gonna take a photo of it with their phone, and debugging it will be super hard. So for that reason, Sentry simplifies tracking and resolution of those errors by giving you event highlights of how the error has happened. It happened in the development environment on this specific URL by doing this specific transaction on this specific browser. We can also see the line of code pointing to that error, and even the version of the operating system and the device that a user was using. It also gives some additional information such as the browser version, device architecture. I mean, this is pretty crazy stuff that's gonna allow you to debug your applications much more simply. And think about it, 100 users are going to have 100 different devices and 100 different browsers. So being able to track, first of all, and then debug just makes your applications so much more scalable. You can also view the full trace right here and see exactly how the error has happened. And for some types of issues, like this Sentry example front-end error, you can actually check out the replay. There it is. So if I play it, first of all, you can see that all the characters are just asterisks because Sentry wants to protect the privacy of the user breaking your site. But you can still see what they were doing at the moment when they actually broke it. You can see exactly which pieces of UI they were clicking, with which headers, and on which URL. That allows you to go back to the code and fix it. Once you deploy a hotfix, just go ahead and click resolve. But of course, as the application grows and gets more users, as we can see right here, you'll get so many monitoring and tracking features provided to you by Sentry. Simply put, you can see which pages your users are breaking the most. This trace view is super useful. Of course, I don't even have to mention how useful the replays are. For example, let's check out the user that had most dead clicks, and let's set the time span to last 30 days. Let's check out this user, for example. This one is a bit crazy. Windows 10 Plus on the Opera browser. They were actually exploring the healthcare application that I created not that long ago. You can see exactly what they were doing, even though everything is completely blurred. So if the error has occurred, we would have known. We can see exactly which elements they were clicking, and we can also see what was happening in the console and the network tab of their browser. This makes the debugging process super simple. Along replays, there's also performance that allows you to track how quickly certain pages are loading for your users. So that way, you can figure out if some pages are loading slowly for whatever reason. You can also very quickly add a user feedback modal so that good users that don't break your application can report bugs on their own. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and add it together right now. I'll simply click Setup Now, and we just have to add this part to the Sentry client config. So let's copy this entire thing, head over to Sentry client config, and under integrations, along replay, we can also add this one here, Sentry.feedback integration. If you do that and go back to your application, check this out. A new report a bug floating button appeared at the bottom right. You can click it, enter your name and email, add a screenshot of the bug, and then say, the search isn't working for me. Just an example. And we can send the bug report in an instant. Then if you go back to the user feedback part of your dashboard and reload, you can immediately see a new ticket raised right here. The search isn't working for me, but it's not like you're only getting this text or a screenshot. You're getting much more, like the URL they were on, the replay that was happening before they actually sent the message, and all of the things that we have explored previously, such as browser and more information. And you can also immediately track this issue in Jira, GitHub, or any other platform. There's also some generic stats, so you can see how good your app is behaving. But in general, that is it. I don't want to bore you with a lot of other details. What I really wanted to say is that if you only add Sentry to your app, for which the setup literally took like 10 presses of the enter key and 3 minutes, already you're making your app so much more secure, less error prone, and more bug free. And if this is looking too good to be true, I mean, let's check out their pricing. For solo devs working on small projects, it is completely free. You're one user and you get all the error monitoring and tracing that we talked about. If you're gonna be the only dev using it, that's more than enough. So great job implementing Sentry and making our app that much more bug-free for our users to enjoy. I was planning to end this chapter here, but then I stopped recording and went to check out my email, and I just had to show this to you as well. While we were testing and our users were breaking the app, Sentry actually sent out an email alerting us about those issues in real time. So as soon as the error happened, we immediately got all the important information about the error, including the tags we talked about earlier, letting us know exactly what broke. So this is the type of thing that if you're running a serious SaaS application and there's a breaking bug, you want to be able to fix it as soon as possible. So it's good to know that this is offered too. Now, onto the next chapter. Next, let's create a user profile route. We can do that by opening the File Explorer, going to Root, and creating a new folder called User. Within it, create another folder called ID within the square brackets. This is a dynamic route, as you already know. And then create a new file called page.tsx. Run rafce inside of there. And as soon as you save it, you'll be able to click on your profile to actually navigate you to a profile page. There we go. So before we start with the UI, let's actually fetch the user details. Right here at the top, I will destructure the params of this page, and I'll specify the type. Params is going to be of a type params, which is a promise that contains an ID of a type string. Something like this. Then we can extract the ID from it by saying ID is equal to await params.id. And since we're using await, we have to add async right here. Next, we can get the session by saying const session is equal to await auth. And we also have to import auth from add/auth. Next, we can fetch the user by saying const user is await client.fetch. And this client, of course, is referring to a Sanity client. And we have author by GitHub ID query, to which we're going to pass the ID. Finally, we can check if a user doesn't exist, we can return a not found, which is going to navigate us to a 404. But as you can see here, we get a 404. This query isn't really going to cut it. It's getting the author by GitHub ID, which is called ID. But in here, we have to get a user by its own ID, by the author ID. So let's duplicate this entire query and let's just rename it a bit to getting the author by ID query. And we're going to refer to the underscore ID property. So the only thing we have to change is this underscore ID. Once you do that and replace this query and remove the one that we just imported, you'll see that now we'll still be on the same page without getting redirected to a 404. That means that we actually have the user and we can start creating the UI for the user details page. Let's start by turning everything into a React fragment within which we will have a section. This section will have a class name equal to profile underscore container. And within this section, we'll have another div with a class name equal to profile underscore card. And within it, we'll have another div with a class name equal to profile underscore title, within which we will have an h3 element that'll have a class name equal to text-24-black, uppercase, and text-center, and ending it with line clamp 1 so it doesn't go into multiple rows. Within there, we can render the user.name. If I save this, we get this funky UI that says Adrian JS Mastery. For you, it's going to be something different. And if you're wondering how did we accomplish the styles to achieve this funky UI, you can just search for profile title or profile card and see exactly which styles are getting applied. Now let's go below the h3 and below the div and create a Next.js image. This image will have a source equal to user.image with an alt tag of user.name, a width of 220, a height of 220, and a class name of profile underscore image. And there we go. This one got pulled directly from my GitHub. This is kind of a face reveal. I'm standing right here next to my GitHub star at the GitHub Universe conference. Going below this image, let's render a p tag with a class name equal to text-30 extra bold, margin top of 7, and text-center. We can render at and then user ? username. Perfect. Right below this p tag, let's create another p tag with a class name of margin top of 1, text-center, and text-14-normal, within which we can render user ? bio. In this case, you should be able to see Next.js enthusiast and educator. For you, it's going to be something else. Let's go below this div And let's create another div with a class name equal to flex-1, flex-call, gap of 5, and then extra large devices minus margin top of 5, within which we can render a p tag with a class name equal to text-30-bold, and there, if the session !ID is equal to the ID of the currently logged in user, then we can say your, else we can say all, and then we can render the word startups. So currently I am on my profile and you'll be able to see your startups, but if we were on somebody else's profile, you would be able to see other startups, or rather all startups. Next, we can render a UL, which is an unordered list, with a class name of card_grid-sm, and here we'll render a list of this user's startups. So user startups, and we'll do that very soon. But before we do, I want to explain that this is the perfect use case for PPR. All the user info you're seeing here, such as the name, username, bio, and profile photo, can be statically rendered for a longer time, but the user-created startups have to be dynamic. So here, we'll want to enable PPR. I'm going to go right at the top and say export const experimental_PPR is set to true. And I think you can slowly start seeing the exact use cases where PPR might come in handy. Whenever you have some static data, like we have explored the product details before, but recommended products, because they have to be recommended by some kind of dynamic algorithm, or maybe dynamic shipping, those things have to be dynamic. Same thing here, the new user startups have to be dynamic. So now let's create a new component in the components folder, and I'll call it user startups.tsx. I'll run RAFCE, and I'll import it right here in this unordered list. I'll render user startups as a self-closing component, and you can see it appear right here. Now that we have this component, we also have to create a query that would allow us to fetch all the startups created specifically by that user. So let's copy one of the startup queries. It can be this one here, startups query, the first one we have ever created. Copy it, paste it right here below, rename it to startups by author query. Here we were searching for a startup, but now we're going to remove this part all the way up to here. Yeah, we're going to remove this entire part. We're just going to keep the order. Okay. So we're going to say, and author._ref is equal to $ID. So we're comparing it to the author we're searching for, and we will still order it created at descending. And then we want to return all of the information that we previously returned. Great. So now we can copy the name of that and go back, and we can import it right here by saying const startups is equal to await client, referring to Sanity client, dot fetch startups by query, and then we pass the ID of the author we're searching for. And how do we get the ID into this component? Well, we can pass it as a prop. ID is equal to ID. So we can very quickly get it right here through props by saying ID and specifying that this ID is of a type string. Since we're using await, we have to turn this into a synchronous function, and we get access to startups right here. Finally, we can return an empty React fragment where we're checking if startups.length is greater than 0, then we can return posts or startups.map, where we get each individual startup of a type startup card type, which we'll have to import. And for each one, we automatically return, just by using parentheses, a startup card. A startup card has to get a key because we're mapping over it of post dot $ID and the post itself, which will be equal to startup. Now let's properly import the startup card type, which can come right here from startup card. Let's see, how did we call it in there? Startup type card. There we go. I fixed it. And here, I'm going to also refer to this as a startup dot underscore ID. And of course, we have to have the second part of the ternary, which is going to just render a p tag with a class name of no result, and it'll say no posts yet. Let's make sure that we properly indent it right here. There we go. I got it. Let's see, why is it complaining? I'll try to reload the server to see if that fixes it. Oh, but the error is still there. And you know what this might be? We missed one thing. We're doing a fetch right here, and we're using it within a PPR component, but we might need to wrap this newly created component into React suspense, because this will take some time to load. So first we need to show a fallback for it. So let's create a suspense component with a fallback equal to a p tag of loading ... And now we can put user startups within it. And there we go. That fixed it, but it brought back the issue. So that means the issue is still somewhere here within user startups. Maybe we messed up the query while copying it. We're starting with this square bracket here, but we're never actually ending it. So let's end it here and save it. And there we go. We immediately get back our startup. And as you reload, you'll see that the top part loads immediately, but right here at the bottom, there's a quick loading that appears. And instead of simply showing the text that says loading, let's actually install a ShatCN skeleton component. A skeleton component is a grayed out rectangle that makes it appear like the entire div is loading. It looks so much better and makes the user wait a bit longer for it to load. So let's run npx ShatCN add latest add skeleton. Looks like we have already added it before. So let's head over to the startup card, and right at the bottom of it, we can say export const startup card skeleton, and we can have an instant return where we return a React fragment where we map over, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe different cards. By saying .map, we get the first element and the index of that element, which is a number. And for each number, we return an li of key is equal to cn, which we have to import from utils, skeleton, and then the index. As a matter of fact, our numbers are actually indices. So we can just use the first parameter of the map as an index, and we can pass it here. That's going to be of a type number. And then within it, we can render a skeleton component coming from components UI skeleton with a class name equal to startup dash card underscore skeleton. Now we're exporting it, and we can go back to our user details page, and we can use it right here instead of the loading. Startup card skeleton. It's going to look like this. So now if you reload, you should be able to see something that resembles a card appear before the card actually appears. Maybe if I go to inspect element and I go to network and I turn on slow 4G, maybe we can see the loading appear. No, that was still too fast. Well, what if I do Command Shift R, which is going to clear the cache as well? It's super fast, maybe even too fast to be able to see it. But there we go. For a second there, as I reloaded, or a millisecond, while the card was loading, you were able to see this one right here. Now, I can notice that we forgot to replace the avatar right here because this one was created by the new avatar. So let's actually fix it by going over to Startup Card, and we'll search for where we show the avatar image right here. Instead of this source, we can rather render author ? Image. And now we can see a real image appear right here. That's much better. And we can render the author name as the alt tag for it. Perfect. This is great. So would you look at that? This is our second page where we used partial pre-rendering to show user details statically and then to dynamically render new startups that that user has posted. Looking great. Now, one thing that I think we forgot to do at the start was to update the navigation bar to be a bit more mobile responsive. So if I go to mobile view, or rather collapse it like this, you'll see that it doesn't really fit all the way. Like it does on tablets, but not on smaller mobile devices. So let's quickly go back to the navbar and let's find the button where it says create right here. Let's give it a class name. On max SM, it'll be completely hidden. So you can see it will disappear. But now, below it, we can show a log out icon, which will have the exact opposite class. It'll be a size of 6, but on small devices, it'll be hidden and it'll have a text red 500. So now we'll have a little logout icon. This doesn't go under create. This actually goes under logout. So let me put it right here below this logout button. And for it, we have to do the same thing as we have done above. Turn it into a span. So I'll copy this create and I'll just make it say logout. There we go. Below the create span, we can create a different icon. This time it'll be a badge plus icon. Once again, with a class name is equal to size of 6, and then small devices hidden. And finally, we can also replace the user avatar. Here where we show the user avatar name, instead of the full name, let's rather render the image. ShadCN has a perfect component for that. So let's run npx ShadCN latest add avatar. That'll allow us to remove this span, and instead of it, render avatar coming from components UI avatar with a class name equal to size is set to 10. Within it, we'll have an avatar image also coming from components UI avatar. It'll be self-closing and it'll have a source equal to session ?.user ?.image. Let's fix this class name spelling. And let's give this avatar an alt tag of session ?.user ?.name, or an empty string in case we don't have it. Same thing here, or an empty string. And below it, we can also render something known as an avatar fallback coming from components UI avatar, which will allow us to render some kind of a fallback if the image is not there. We can say something like AV for avatar. Let's fix this class name right here. And there we go. We have a great looking avatar photo. And now if we expand it a bit, you can see now it's a bit different. Yes, the avatar is showing, but now it says create logout. And then smaller devices, we can see the icons. Great work coming this far into the video. In the next lesson, I'll show you how to add another great feature. Do you know about the website called Awards? The one that recognizes and promotes great websites? Well, I'll teach you how to implement a feature to our YC directory app similar to what Awards has. If you head over to Explore, you'll notice that there are many different categories, like honorable mentions, nominees, site of the day, site of the year, site of the month, and more. Well, these are, in simple words, playlists or some kind of categories of different startups or different designs, whatever it may be. So let's implement that into our app as well. Different categories of startups. We can do that by first creating a new schema in Sanity, schema types, and create a new file and call it playlist.ts. To create it, we can copy what we have in startup. There we go. And then paste it in the playlist and make the necessary adjustments, such as let's name it playlist, give it a name of playlist, a title of playlists, it'll be of a type document, and then we can define different fields. I'll delete a few of these as we only need 3 in this case. The first one will be a title, string, the title of the playlist. The second one will be a slug, and the third one will be a select, which is a type of array, like this. And it is going to be an array of different references. So we can say type is reference, and a reference to what, you may ask? Well, a reference to a type of startup. That's going to look something like this. So what do I mean by this? Well, each playlist will refer to multiple startups, and they'll have its own title, like Startups of the Day or Startups of the Year. So as soon as you do that, let's head over to index.ts and let's add playlists or playlist right here as the third type. Importing playlist from schema types playlist. If you save it, you can rerun your application and then head over to Sanity Studio. Once you're there, you can click this create button and create a new playlist. You can give it any name you like, such as best pitches or startup of the day, or something like editor picks, so startups that YC directory admins have liked the most. We can generate a slug, and now you can select different startups you want to add to this playlist. And see how simple this is? You can just refer to different ones, like SkillForge in this case. And that's it. It'll automatically be saved. I'll pause the video for a second to create a few more startups, just so we have some more startups to choose from. And while I'm adding startups, you can also add some additional pitches too. There we go. I went ahead and added a few more startups. Now, typically it'll take 60 seconds for the cache to reload, or you can just hard reload it. And there we go. So now I can actually add a few more startups right here to editor picks. I'll add JS Mastery Pro, and I'll add Event Sphere. And I'll click save at the bottom right. There we go. Our editor picks have been published. Now we have to write a query that fetches the playlists by the slug. So let's head over to queries and let's write one last query. Considering that we already wrote quite a couple, I'll actually provide this one to you in the README of this video. So you can just paste it here. The name will be playlist by slug query, and it'll search for documents of the underscore type playlist where a slug exists. And then it's going to return everything, including all the necessary info for the startups within that playlist. Great. We want to show these editor picks on the startup details page, but you can really put it anywhere. You could also render it right here below the all startups. But for the time being, I'll render them below the details of a specific startup. So right here below. So let's copy the name of the query and let's head over to startup details. So that is going to be this page right here, which is under app, root, startup, ID. And the reason why we're doing this here is because I want to show you a special feature. So first things first, let's say const destructure select as editor posts or editor startups is equal to await client.fetch, where we pass in the query, and then we can also pass the slug that you're trying to fetch. In this case, I called it editor picks new. For you, most likely it's going to be editor picks. Once you do that, you can go below to where we left our to-do right here, and you can check if editor posts $.length is greater than 0, then we want to render a div with a class name equal to max-w-4xl and margin x of auto. A p tag that'll have a class name equal to text-30-semibold, and it'll say editor picks. Right here, we can render a UL, an unordered list, with a class name of margin top of 7 and a card underscore grid of small, like this. Within it, we want to map over editor posts by saying .map, where we get each individual post, which is of a type startup type card, and we also get the index of a type number. And for each one, we want to simply return a startup card. That's going to look something like this, with a key equal to index and a post equal to post. But make sure to first import the startup card, and we can just call index I. There we go. And immediately, you should be able to see however many posts you have chosen as editor picks. This is great, as now editors can go directly in Sanity Studio and choose their favorite startups. Now, although this works and it is fine, we have a little issue. And that is that we have to be aware of two different data fetching patterns, parallel and sequential. When fetching data inside components, you need to be aware of those two patterns. So as you can see in sequential, one is happening after the other. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So it's trying to load both of the things first for the root layout, then for the second page, and then for the third page, one by one. But in parallel, it's actually loading one thing for all the pages, and then it's slowly loading the other, which takes much less time, as you can see here. In sequential, requests in a component tree are dependent on each other, which can lead to longer loading times. But in parallel, requests in a route are eagerly initiated and will load data at the same time, which reduces the total time it takes to load data. What we have done just now is sequential. We're first fetching the data about the post, and only then we're fetching the editor posts. So what does this mean? Well, this means that we first fetch the post data, and only after that is complete, then we fetch the editor pics. But the time to fetch both will increase, as it'll be the sum of both of these requests. This approach is great if the second request depends on the first one. But in this case, they're completely independent. So we can take advantage of these modern systems that are capable of handling multiple requests concurrently. So let me teach you how to implement parallel requests. It's going to look something like this. You'll say const and then do array destructuring and say this is equal to await promise.all. Promise.all allows you to pass two different calls, and then for each one, you get the result right here destructured. So the first call is going to be this one, client fetch startup by ID query. So let's copy it and let's add it as the first element in the array. The second one will be this one, client fetch playlist by slug. So let's copy it and add it as the second one. Great. And now we can just get the result of both of these at the start. We first get the post, and then for the second one, we can destructure this select editor posts. And now we can remove both of these two independent ones as we have just one that does everything. This way, by using promise.all, the code makes two independent requests concurrently. And as a result, the total time is roughly equal to the duration of the longest request, not the sum of both. By doing this, your application's performance will increase and load times will be even faster compared to making sequential requests. As you can see, it is super fast. I cannot even see something is loading. So now you know a bit about the difference between parallel and sequential rendering in Next.js. Understanding the basics can make a big difference. When you know how to fetch data in parallel or use PPR to handle both dynamic and static content on the same page, you don't just make your website faster and better, you also grow from a beginner to a senior developer. You'll develop the decision-making skills every company wants, knowing which technology to use, when to use it, and most importantly, why. And that's why I've included many theoretical concepts, tips, tricks, and things I wish I knew when I was first learning Next.js in the Ultimate Next.js course. You'll dive deep into strategies like caching, revalidation, backend routes, serverless functions, edge runtimes, React server components, inner workings, handling parallel and sequential requests, and using the latest features from React 19 and Next 15. I've made sure to cover everything along with a build and deploy of a modern Stack Overflow clone, covering all of these features. So today, I'm publishing the Next.js 15 version of the Ultimate Next.js course, loved by over 4,100 developers who keep messaging me about how this course helped them become the best Next.js developer in their team at work or get them freelance opportunities. And no, it's not just a few new lessons on Next 15, it's an entirely new course, fully re-recorded, packed with even more features such as NextAuth for authentication, deep dive into the new PPR strategy, improved database architecture, more secure server actions, testing using Playwright, email notifications, search engine optimization tips and tricks, and much more with a special dedicated Discord channel where we answered every single one of the answers from all 4,000 developers. See it for yourself. So don't delay your Next.js dreams and become the best Next.js developer by taking the ultimate Next.js course. We have a super sale going on right now, which only happens about once a year. So visit jsmastery.pro/Next.js and join more than 4,000 developers on this journey. I hope I'll see you in the course. But for now, let's go ahead and finalize this application. I noticed that when creating a startup, we are issuing a toast notification. So let me show you how that looks like. If we go to the startup form, we are sending this success toast, specifically this one. But I noticed that sometimes it lacks the background. So let's try to initiate it by default by simply adding it right here at the top. And of course, closing it properly. If you reload, you can see it at the top. It's missing the background. So let's go to a toast component, which you can find by going to the components folder, and then UI, and then toast. I'm actually glad this happened because I can show you how we can further modify chassis and components. Let's head over to this line right here. Let's give it a BG white, text-slate-950, on dark mode, BG slate 950, and on dark mode, text slate 50. So we're just changing the text color and the background color. If I reload, this fixes it, and it's looking so much better. So now we can go back and remove this fake toast. And with that in mind, I believe our application is done. I can go ahead and test it a bit by checking the search. Yep, this works. Do we have a word that is shared amongst all of these? Well, I guess just the author is shared. So if I go for Adrian, yep, we can see that it finds all of them. If I go for event, no, nothing, but event sphere, yeah, this is good. What if I search for pro? Yep, that works. So search is working, everything is working, and this app is utilizing the latest and greatest of what React and Next.js have to offer. So the last step in every single JavaScript mastery video is deployment. So let's go ahead and deploy it to the internet together. To deploy it, you can head over to your GitHub and create a new repository. Call it something like YC directory. Either make it public or private and click create. Then let's stop it from running and let's follow all of these steps. Git init, git add dot, git commit -m first commit, git branch -m main, git remote add origin. Oh, in this case, I already have one, so I'll rename it to origin 1, and git push u origin main. Once you do that, the code will be live on your repo, which means that we can head over to Vercel and create a new project out of this new repo that we just added. So let's go to import. Don't forget to add environment variables. So back in our code, we have our .env.local, copy all of these variables, and then paste them right here. And we also have the Sentry auth token as well. So let's copy it and add it as well, not to forget it. So let's click deploy. Now, when deploying big applications such as this one, especially after doing so many changes, it is highly likely and actually probable and expected that something will go wrong and that it won't be deployed on the first time. So we can make additional changes later. But that's not a problem. If it breaks, we'll fix it. So let's give it some time and I'll be right back. And after 2 minutes and 50 seconds, it broke. Thankfully, it is just a couple of TypeScript warnings, which is not a big deal. You can go ahead and fix those TypeScript issues in your project, or it's also totally okay to disable them for production builds. So that's exactly what we'll do in this case to get our project deployed. The only thing you have to do is say TypeScript, ignore build errors to true, and you can do that within Next.config. So let's head over to Next.config and let's add TypeScript ignore build errors is set to true. Similarly, we can do the same thing for ESLint by saying ignore during builds is set to true. Now you can open up the terminal, run git add dot git commit -m update next config, and then run git push. As soon as you do that and go back to your Vercel dashboard, if you go to your project and go to deployments, you should be able to see that the update next config push is building. Fingers crossed. And there we go, the deployment succeeded. So if we go to project and click visit, you can see that our application loads, but there is a slight error, a client-side exception error specifically. So if you go to the console, you can see that Sanity is being blocked by the course policy. So let's head over to our project dashboard, go to API, go to course origin, and add a course origin for our newly deployed URL. We can do that by copying the URL from the app. And let's allow credentials and click save. Now, if you go back and reload, it all works. You might have thought that we broke something else, but no, we just had to allow it. Another thing which we'll have to allow is GitHub OAuth. Remember the redirect URI? You'll have to take the URL of the current application, head back to the OAuth settings for this app, and then update the homepage URL, as well as this URL right here. https ycdirectory.vercel.app or whatever your URL is, and then leave the rest the same. Click Update Application, go back, reload, and click Login one more time. And would you look at that? It logged us in automatically. So to finish this great video off, let's create one final startup. Actually, the startup title will be the YC directory itself. We're so proud of it, so let's say that this is a directory of great startup pitches created by the community. Category is going to be something like business. We can take some kind of an image from maybe YC Combinator. So I'll just grab the image address and paste it. And we can say something like, no pitch needed right here. This app speaks for itself. And let's submit the pitch. Oh, it looks like the image wasn't valid and it cleared our form. That's actually one update that I would like you to make. Play with the new React hook that we used to submit the form and try to repopulate the fields if the submission fails. But no worries, I've took another image and I'll say YC directory. Hopefully this time it works. And I'll click submit. There we go, your startup pitch has been submitted. We can see it right here, which means that all of our app's functionalities are working. And it still didn't appear on the homepage because these results are cached and it can take up to 60 seconds to appear right here. Beautiful. This was such a wonderful build in which we explored the latest and greatest of what React, Next.js, and Sanity have to offer. And if you came to the end of this video and you still didn't take the Ultimate Next.js course, I really think you're gonna love it, considering that you watched all the way until the end of this amazing crash course. As I already told you, in this Ultimate course, we dive much deeper into the intricacies of how Next.js truly works under the hood. We optimize performance to this, and we do a lot of deep dives to truly understand how things work behind the scenes, as well as build an app that is much more complex than the app you've built in this video. So, considering that you're watching here after a couple of hours of content and you're still here, I really think it's a good fit for you. I'll leave the link down in the description. With that said, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.